Sorry, Ben, I couldn't hear that.
I think he said something about the stream is up and he can't hear us and he's out.
John's here, Elizabeth's here, John's here.
Terry, CCSD. The Wi-Fi? Or guest, CCSD guest.
Hey, can anyone hear me? I've been having troubles with my microphone.
Yep.
Thank you.
You should be over here with your microphone, Dave. We need one of them.
I feel like an air traffic controller.
Murray, when you talk, there's quite an echo on Google Meet.
Yeah. You get to hear it 3 times, so at least you'll understand it by the 3rd time, right?
Absolutely. I like the strategy.
Hello? Can you hear me better, Elizabeth?
Yeah, that sounds better.
So I think I need to turn off my Google is too good. It's too loud and keeps going to pick up on yours. And then I'll just have to sit by that. We'll just have to turn on my computer or you'll have to turn up the sound on your computer.
It's not my sound, though. No.
Try it now.
Hello? Still that echo. I should just switch this off, TJ, and just go and just stand beside that thing. I can stand over there.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying all along.
Elizabeth, can you hear me? Is that better? Less echo? Let me put the speaker over there. Or over there somewhere. I should be able to hear them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds much clearer.
Thanks.
Cool. That's better for us too. Hi, friends. Anywhere you want to sit. It's kind of one of those organic kind of classrooms. High tops, low tops, whatever you like sitting in. So.
How about this one, Donna? Donna going to be in person?
I believe so.
How are you, Mike?
I'm good, thanks, Pam, Michelle.
Elizabeth, will you talk again? I want to see if we have feedback.
I'm Elizabeth.
You're Elizabeth?
Elizabeth. That's really good. Okay. Do you guys have feedback?
No, it sounds very clear.
Cool. So a little, we'll go over the layout just so everybody knows what's going on.
Now, if people talk from the other side of the room, will we be able to hear them?
If you can't, they can hear you real well. So if you can't, let us know. So probably not, because we had to go all the way down to one computer, a computer speaker, because when we had the surround speakers on, it was feedbacking all through. That was what was doing the echoing. So,
okay.
So you're just going to have to ask them to speak up, but we could hear Murray all the way across the room once he spoke up this earlier.
Okay. Sounds good.
And where do I need to be for them to see me? right here, is that good? Can you see me?
Yep.
You kind of see me, it's there, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Yep. Even if I just move here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really small.
I think the lane just got off. Huh? The lane just got off.
Are you guys able to see those admits, or do I need to do that?
Veronica Adams.
It is Veronica Adams.
And Amy's is
Amy Zotman.
No, never responded. No one's responded. I think it's.
and the other two. Can we change that?
Well, that's how you district emails. Not in that system. Oh, yeah.
Hello, hello. Organic seating, wherever you feel comfortable.
Where's the front?
Murray is the front. There is
I'm the
really
front
no
of this
front.
organization.
It's one of those holistic
One of
classrooms
those-
where there's really no front.
This is really weird.
It's different. Kids love it.
Oh, I can see that. I love it when I was a kid too.
We're just getting ready to rock and roll here shortly. Is Emily coming?
Thank you. That's why these cords are on magnets. For people like me.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. No need it. It's weird. Do you still need them? Nope.
You guys are brave sitting in the stools.
But I need a table. What do I do here?
There's
There's tables over here, and we've got rollers here.
Jamie.
We've got, Donna.
Yeah. Princess chair, right?
You remind me that.
Yeah.
We'll get going in a couple of minutes, folks. Do we have?
Okay, this is like my OCD. Tables aren't square, making me crazy. Oh my God, I never thought I was like that. I don't like sitting behind you.
I know, I don't like to sit back to us. My OCD, but it's like you can't be behind me. At least the screen is off to my right, it's not quite behind me, that's good.
Four people.
Oh.
How did that say there?
We didn't rock and roll, huh? We just need a second.
Well, you were correct on the first thing. anyway.
I
I was here.
Well, you sitting over there, so that's good.
Where are you sitting?
Right here.
You know, I get it, but some people can't make it. Man, we sit here and complain for years that we hate virtual meetings. And what happens? The first one is.
That's really?
Well, there's a
No, I'm
whole,
kind of with you on
That's
that.
just, it just.
well, there's a whole bunch of people that are.
I mean, and they're attending virtually, but.
Annie Lachey, Jen Charles, Jen Smith, Warren, Shaka, News, Amy, Kathy, Brianna, Elizabeth,
Big option now.
And that's what's sad in the world, right?
good morning, good morning.
We share convenience.
Hopefully you can all hear me.
The beauty of it is the in-person.
Morning, Becca.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is everything started?
Yep.
Ooh,
We don't have a
what would you
second.
like, right here? I mean, I definitely.
You're right.
Whoa.
It was an easy out.
All right, folks, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Murray.
We're going to get started. Unfortunately, at the moment, we don't have Elaine or Emily. Would someone volunteer to just take notes today? I know it's a bit weird, but.
What did you say? I'm sorry. I'm,
Murray,
You're
you
actually
can,
going to have to sit in front of me, right?
Murray,
know, I
you
don't
can pull
know.
your mask off. You don't have to.
I can pull my mask off, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, TJ.
Can we all do that?
Sure, if you feel comfortable, if everybody does.
And we're
Well,
6 feet
we're all
apart.
6 feet apart.
Yeah.
Which Wi-Fi? And share your phone.
Cherry Creek School District guest, CCSD.
Mine doesn't say that. It says CCSD VoIP or.
Yeah.
What is the?
Oh, who just arrived? Did someone just arrive? Morning, Emily.
Emily's on there, next to it on there.
Emily, sure.
Oh.
It's not Emily, it's great.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Emily, sure. Yeah.
I know. You're so far away. Thank you, Fred.
I just need someone to volunteer to take notes for us if they don't, if just for today, I don't know. Emily and Elaine aren't here yet, so,
Hey, Murray.
yeah,
Elaine is not going to be attending today because of personal reasons.
okay, no problem. I think I got an email about that, just declined. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Okay, Mary, I'll do it.
Deanne, you're a legend.
Thanks, Dad.
Well done, everybody, for holding out long enough until
I
Deanne
know.
volunteered.
Wow. Wow, thanks, y'all.
All right, so welcome to our Shape Colorado board meeting, November the 13th, 2021. In person, suppose it's called a hybrid meeting, right? There's a whole bunch of reasons why people can't be here and stuff. I know there's a whole bunch of you who have some COVID issues, I'll say, like boosters and things like that. So I hope you're all feeling okay or better than you were the last time that you might have emailed me and stuff like that. I hope everybody's doing well. We are here and we're like at least 6 feet apart-ish type thing. So I'm not gonna put a mask on, but if I really have to, I will. But that's where we're at. So I just wanted to start by introducing ourselves again. I know we did this a little bit after the board meeting, after the convention board meeting. But I think it's important that we get to know each other so we can work well together and we start to know everybody. So I think we're just going to introduce ourselves again. So we're just going to go around, we'll go around the room here first. And I'll maybe ask them to kind of step up here a little bit so that they can all see you on the screen and stuff. And just introduce yourself. Tell us your name, tell us your organization or, you know, your school or what level you teach at and that type of thing. And then what is your favorite physical activity, right? What is your favorite thing to do that's physically active, right? It shouldn't take us too long, hopefully. I'll go first. And my name is Murray Wallace, and for some reason, I seem to be president of this organization this year. And that's on you, right? And so I teach at Launch Ed, which is St. Brain Virtual Academy. It's high school and middle school. And my favorite physical activity would be like soccer or rugby. You're up. Or Terry, go.
What's up, everyone? Terry Jones, Executive Director. Good to see the faces. This is our school. Thanks for the folks that were able to come out to Kansas out here and join us. And my favorite physical activity is going for a walk with my dog, Pokey.
Pokey.
Pokey the dog.
We love Pokey.
Step up to the plate, folks. Let's go. Go on.
Okay, come to the camera.
Yep, perfect.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Elio Viegas. My first ever board meeting here. Super excited to join you guys. I teach in Pueblo, Colorado, first-year teacher at PSAS Holden Heights. My favorite physical activity is going to the gym. So, yeah.
Sweet. Welcome, Elio. Awesome. Thanks for having
Yeah.
us. Good to have you.
Hi, everyone. Donna Carey. I'm the convention manager. I'm a retired PE, APE teacher, and my favorite physical activity is
Dancing.
jazzercise and Pilates.
Jamie Hurley, Department of Education, Health and PE, Wellness, favorite activity. I love running on a good trail.
Renee Diggs, I teach at Harrison High School, and my favorite activity would be tennis.
Nice.
Hey, I'm Pam Rogers. And my favorite physical activity is swimming, walking, pickleball, tennis.
Sounds
And
like,
we're
All the
sounds like we've got a tennis
Where am I
tournament
at?
brewing.
I'm in Colorado Springs and I'm retired and I'm a health coach.
Heather Brownell, Parker Core Knowledge. My favorite physical activity is Orange Theory right now. I could change it. Who knows?
Where do we stand?
Right here.
Good morning, everybody. Karen Marley, CSU Pueblo, live in Colorado Springs. My favorite activity is anything that moves.
Good morning, Debbie Lutley, PE teacher at Patty Ridge and Carrie Martin Elementaries in Loveland. And my favorite activity is hiking. Yes.
Right there. Or there. That camera's off though. So it's over.
Hey, Brian Wicker on Jeffco Public Schools. Let's see, it's my 33rd year. District Adaptive PE Coordinator. I love mountain biking and also Sunday playing hockey, the greatest game on ice. So that's what I love to do.
Apart from curling, of course.
Mountain biking.
Mountain bike.
What?
Apart from curling.
Curling? No. Shuffleboard on ice?
Hi, I'm Pam Ioni. I am your treasurer. I am not a PE teacher. My favorite activities are hiking, biking, and tap dancing.
Woo!
Tap dancing.
Leave all going. Just quickly introduce yourself. Tell us name, school, grade level type thing, and then what's your favorite physical activity?
Okay. My name is Easton Ramirez. I'm teaching at Northridge High School right now in Greeley. And my favorite physical activity, it's got to be wrestling. I like to coach wrestling. I like to participate in wrestling. So we wrestling.
Wrestling. Go wrestling. Anyone else? Holly? And Dee, did you do yours? Yep, yeah. Just quickly introduce yourself. Tell us where you teach and what's your favorite physical activity.
Morning, Holly. I teach at McCulloch Manual in DPS 6-8. My favorite physical activity is running and Anything movement. Let's go to that.
Hello, everybody. I am Deanna Romero. I'm at Riverdale Ridge High School in 27J, and probably walking would be my favorite. Try to do like 4 to 6 miles a day.
Nice. Great physical activity, I've heard. Okay, so we'll just go around. I'll just do it on my screen here, and I'll just call out your name. If you just want to unmute yourself, just quickly introduce yourself, tell us where you teach or what your organization is, and then what your favorite physical activity is, okay? So John Ford, you seem to be up first on my screen.
Johnny Ford, I'm out in Moffat County, Craig, Colorado. PE teacher. Favorite physical activities, powerlifting, and chasing my kids around.
Word. Dave? Yonke?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Dave Yonke here. I'm the Jeffco Schools Physical Education Coordinator. I taught 19 years of elementary. The last 8 have been at the Ed Center, and I enjoy coaching youth soccer and getting outside and hiking.
Elizabeth Sharp. I teach at Colorado Mesa University. This is my 11th year there, which is just incredible. That makes Lauren feel really old because he was one of the first ones. And my favorite physical activity is dance parties with my kids, which is about all I can do physically right now, but hoping to work up to some of the activities you guys do in the future.
And Brianna?
Hi, I'm Brianna Mieles. I'm a student at UNC, and my favorite activity is either dancing or lifting.
Nice. Welcome, Brianna. Kathy?
I'm Kathy Hogan. I am PE teacher at Eagleview Elementary. I enjoy running when my body allows it.
Amy?
In Mesa County. I'm the facilitator for health and physical education. I like hiking and walking.
Jen Smith?
Hi, I'm Jen Smith at College View Elementary in Denver, and my favorite activities are anything outside, so hiking, playing all the sports with my kids.
Hopefully you're feeling better, Jen. Veronica?
Good morning, everyone. Veronica Adams, elementary PE teacher at Windsor Charter Academy for 1 more week, and doctorate student at UNC.
Favorite physical activity?
Running.
Nice.
Thank you.
New?
Good morning, New Nguyen. I'm at Metropolitan State University of Denver. My favorite physical activity, it's probably a tie between weight training and volleyball.
Jen Krause?
Hi, everyone. Jen Krause. I teach at UNC in the PE teacher prep program. And my favorite physical activity would have to be dancing.
Lauren Glenn? We got dance off in a tennis tournament.
Morning, everybody. My name's Lauren Glenn. I'm a PE teacher at Malley Drive Elementary in Adams 12. Favorite physical activity probably have to be golf.
Lachey?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lachey Powles. I teach at Genitel Junior High, PE and health. Dee, don't be laughing over there. I know you love when I say my school name. My favorite activities are to play volleyball and to dance.
Yeah, definitely dance off here. Emily? Sure?
Good morning, everyone. I am not a teacher. I am here representing RMC Health, which is a professional development organization, and we focus a lot on the health education side. So I'll try to bring that perspective as much as possible in a house full of PE teachers. And my favorite activity is to take my 2 yellow labs and 10-month-old daughter on walks. So it's quite the sight to see with me and the 3 of them juggling all of them. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. And Shaka?
Shaka Sutton with Special Olympics Colorado, and I am also not a teacher, former teacher years ago. My favorite activity is golf and working out.
Excellent. Well, thanks, folks, for doing that and introducing yourself. There's some people that still are missing today and all that type of stuff, and we'll definitely keep doing that, hopefully every time, just so that we all get to know each other. Much of our time today is hopefully going to be spent in our committees. That's really the bulk of our work that we do in our committees and things like that. And I really want to try and give you some time, because we've got some work to do on those types of things, because maybe we didn't. We weren't able to do the things that maybe we would have liked to do quite so much last year, just because of the pandemic and things like that. Then hopefully everyone can get into the shared drive, and you can get into the agenda. There is an attendance form there. If you could fill that out, that would be great. And then there's a committee selection form, which some of you filled out. The names are listed there, the people who managed to fill that out when we were at the post-convention meeting. If you could fill that out, that would be great, to just tell us what committee it was that you decided to join. And again, you know, our committees might focus on work, but it doesn't mean that we can't, you know, cross committees and help other people out and things like that. And if there's something going on that it feels like is something that you're passionate about, that you want to get involved in, all that type of stuff, it's more than easy for you to, you know, move on to committee, help them out with something and all that type of stuff. I know last year the advocacy committee, we had an opportunity in the summer to do some stuff. None of us were available, and we got some other people to join in and go and do some stuff for the organisation, because it's really about all of us together. We're it, right? We're it for health and physical education in Colorado. And so that's kind of what the work is that we do. So if you could fill out that committee selection form as well, please, that would be great. And the attendance form is important as well. So we start off our meetings with celebrations or check-ins or anything like that. So anybody got any great celebrations, wonderful things that we've done that we'd like to share? Renee?
I got the initial approval to start a Partners in PE, that PE class at my high school for next school year.
Awesome.
Let them know if they can't hear around, just to let us know.
And if you can't hear around, if you can't hear us, then please let us know, and we'll try and do something about that. I can't do anything about the fact that you can't understand me, though. So,
John Ford raised his hand.
John?
Yeah, I'll be celebration for me. I'll be finishing up my master's degree in curriculum design this week. So, as long as everything comes back, I will have a master's.
Master John?
So we just got partnered with Miracle League of Denver Metro to build another adapted baseball, softball type field at Roscoe Valley High School. So it's a partnership with Jeffco Public Schools, and we had 2 athletic directors that were interested in it, and Roscoe Valley is one that stepped up and said we want it at our school. So be able to serve like the Boulder area, Westminster area, all those schools up there, and it's pretty cool because we had the ones down on Kipling and 285 right now, the Jason Jennings Field in the foothills. So this one will be partnered with Jeffco Public Schools and Metro League Denver. You know, it's a national organization, so it's an adapted baseball field. So there's no grass, but it looks like a baseball field. So
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Karen?
I got a promotion from lowly lecturer to now senior lecturer. So it makes a difference in the pay.
Did everyone hear that? Karen is now a senior lecturer. Not by age, right? Excellent, congratulations, Jan, well done. Anybody else?
Here, Denver Metro. It's a national organization of the Catholic people. But they're partnering with we built a last year.
And I had that part, I just couldn't
Yeah.
remember.
Good morning, everyone. We just want to acknowledge Donna Carey. Donna's husband died a couple weeks ago, and the services will be in 2 weeks, about 2 weeks, week of Thanksgiving. Donna, we love you. Tough time. She's here today. She's just going through, but we're here for you anytime. You have a lot of friends in this room, and we love you, and we're walking through this season with you. And I've got that card. And we'll be sending out a link for a donation link for Donna's husband. What foundation or what organization?
It's the National Ranger Monument.
National Ranger Monument. And we'll be sending that out to the board. Thank you, Donna.
Yeah. Just tagging on to that, I mean, I can't believe that we had a convention last month that went so well and all that type of stuff. So to Donna and Ben and Terry and everybody, I mean, everybody should give yourselves a pat on the back for doing such an outstanding job of pulling that off, and without it being any kind of weird super spreader event or anything like that. And so we should all give ourselves a pat on the back, but thank you everybody for doing that. And it is World Kindness Day today, so I suppose I should be kind to everyone. No, I'm joking. It is actually World Kindness Day today, but thank you everybody for being here, and whether it's virtually or actually here. I know you're giving up your time and all that type of stuff, so we want to make that valuable, and certainly not keep you here any longer than we have to, as it were, and all that type of stuff. But we do have important work to get done. But I just want to acknowledge every single one of you for volunteering to be on our board this year and continue to help push forward for health and physical education in Colorado, and for all of our students and all that type of stuff. So I just want to acknowledge everybody for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that, and giving up your Saturdays and things like that. And thanks, Terry, for giving us your wonderful little building. It's awesome. We're kind of in the suburbs here, I would say, right?
This was almost considered rural, I think.
Yeah. If we look at the agenda here and all that type of stuff, we've got some stuff here about meeting norms. And this is kind of a thing I used to use in my classes. It's called a full value contract. And these are kind of just what I think our meeting norms should be. I think, when we're here, we should be here, right? We should be engaged in whatever it is that we're doing, focused on what we're doing, as much as we possibly can, right? We might have other stuff that's going on, but let's try and be focused and 100% into our committees and helping each other and all that type of stuff. And the second part is always about being safe. And for my students, they always think about it, it's like, oh, getting hurt physically and stuff like that. But it was really more about being mentally and emotionally safe, and making sure that we're all adults in here, and we've all got passions, but we've all ultimately got the same goal, right? I mean, that's why we're on the board and things like that. Is we're trying to push forward health, physical education for all of our students in Colorado, and strive to build a healthier generation, as it were. So we might agree to disagree, and that's perfectly okay. But it should be a safe space where we feel like we can have open and honest conversations with each other. And if I say something that upsets you, please don't let that fester. Just come and tell me straight away, okay? I might cry, but that's okay. I won't be offended, trust me. So that's kind of the be safe piece. Setting goals and having individual goals, like what do we really want to achieve as an individual, but also as an organization, what are our goals, and being driven with a direction type of thing, not just aimlessly moving along and going, right, well, I was on the board again this year, that type of thing, you know. And then being honest is kind of back to that being safe piece. Is let's just be honest with each other. If we can't do something, let's say that, right, and let's be honest about that, and not pile more stuff on ourselves and get all stressed and anxious and all that type of stuff, right? We're all in this together. We're all volunteers. Ask for help if we need it, right? And then the last bit is let go and move on, which I kind of changed to what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? Or we call it in Glasgow, we used to, when we go on rugby tour, we leave from Abbotssinch Airport, and we had an Abbotssinch agreement, which meant basically what goes on tour stays on tour. But it's really not, it's about just let it go, right? If it's not that important, it's like, let's not let it fester, like get it out there in the open, whatever, and all that type of stuff, and don't sweat the small stuff, really, is what that's about, okay? And so I'm hoping that we can all agree to kind of work around those norms and all that type of stuff. More than happy to hear anybody's thoughts on changing them or adding to them and things like that. The next part here is just, there's a little bit in here that Jamie McMullen did a couple of years ago. I've just updated it just with our updated mission and vision. We did a lot of work last year on updating our mission and vision, but making sure that we know as board members who we are and what it is that we do, type of thing. So Jamie had kindly done this, we did this, or she did this thing a couple of years ago, and it was about the vision and mission, and it was about organizations having the golden circle. You know, they know what they do, they know how they do it, but very few can actually emote why they do things, right? And I think that's really important, you know. And with our students, we try and explain to them why it is, why is this important to you? Why should this be important to you? And I think it's important that we as individuals on the board and as permanent advocates for our organization and our students and our content areas, and we should have a real why and a purpose for what it is that we do here. Again, the vision and mission are on the website, and you can just go to About Us and it pulls up the vision and mission, so you can read those at your leisure. But here's what we're going to do. Does everyone have the agenda up? So you can see, hopefully you can see, if you go to the 5th slide on that one, it's a simple elevator pitch template, right? And so what does your company do? Who are your customers? What key benefits do you offer your customers? Why is your company better than other competitors? What information gives your firm? Obviously, it's not a firm that we're doing. We're not making any money off this. But is there a clear and clean business sector that company fits, right? So just thinking about those things. So as we move forward, it might be something to have in the back of your mind, right? I always talk about, hey, you know what, we're like I do preventative healthcare for the masses. That's kind of how I see it a little bit. You know, preventative physical, mental, social, emotional healthcare for the masses, is kind of what I came up with, and that type of thing. But if you can kind of think about those types of things, so you can emote exactly who it is and what we are and why we're here and all that, that would be great. We were talking about having, as a board of directors, we talked about having a sunshine committee, and we'd really like to get a volunteer for that. Just to, it's kind of, does anyone not know what a sunshine committee is? Okay, cool, great. Elio doesn't know. I didn't know either when I came from Scotland, because we never have sunshine in Scotland. So it was like, it's a not raining committee we had in Scotland. It's really just somebody who's just going to, you know, look after the emotional needs of the organisation and people in it and stuff like that. So celebrating things that are going on, and you know, celebrations of lives and things like that, and making sure that we're looking after the people in the organisation, type of thing. You know, celebration type thing. You know, maybe getting cards or whatever and all that type of stuff. So, and we are looking for a sunshine committee volunteer. So if that's something that you think you could be definitely interested in doing, then please. And quite happily email me and let me know. We don't need to decide on that just now. We've got board member activity guidelines, and she is kind of, I kind of changed some stuff here and made it a board member activity report. So really, it's about board members. We really want to try and encourage people to be involved as much as they possibly can, right? And one of the ways that we can do that is maybe by, say rewarding, but maybe you know, paying it forward a little bit by giving people back something for their time and effort that they've done throughout the year. on the board. So the board member activity report is really just an opportunity for you to fill out a form that reports kind of some of the stuff that you've done, right? We're all giving up a Saturday here. We all gave up time for convention and after convention, stuff like that. And I feel like it's important that we recognize and reward that. So there's a board member activity report form in the agenda, which I would love it if you could go and fill out, things that you have done, right? I know that there was a couple of committees that have had meetings already online on Monday nights and things like that. So if you could fill out those types of things or anything else that you've done for the organisation, it also helps us to keep track of what's going on, right? Because there's a lot of committees and there's a lot of people, and sometimes we're doing stuff that's definitely helping shape Colorado, but it also gives us an opportunity to really keep a handle on and keep a track of, all the stuff, all the good stuff that is going on, right? So I'm going to give you 5 minutes or so in a minute or two to go and fill that out, or get yourselves a coffee or a tea or whatever it is that you like. The board member activity guidelines just kind of gives you an idea. It just explains a little bit about what these are about, and if you get a certain number of points in a year, then you can get your early bird registration. You can get your early bird registration refunded for convention and all that type of stuff. So it's an opportunity to get a reward and all that type of stuff. It doesn't mean that you have to all of a sudden now go out and do everything for Shape Colorado every day of the week and all that type of stuff, but it just gives us an idea of where we're at.
Maria, are we filling it out based off from last meeting till this meeting?
Yeah. So imagine that after convention, right, we just drew a line in the sand and that was the end. And then, so the board meeting after convention is an activity in my mind. That was an activity, you gave up extra time and all that type of stuff. So think about what you've done from then to now. And it might be very little. That's okay. That's perfectly okay. Nobody's holding you like, oh, they're not doing it and all that. It's not like that, right? It's just give us an idea of what's been going on and all that type of stuff. And if it's not an awful lot, that's fine. It's perfectly okay. We're just getting started, as it were. But if you'd like to just go and fill that out, we'll maybe come back at I've got 9:35 right now, so we'll come back at 9:40. Does that work? Just quick. 8:40. It's 8:40, right? 8:40. My clocks didn't go back then, right? 8:40. So we'll come back in 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene then.
Hey Murray, do we fill this out every time there's a specific activity? So like one Google form per activity, or can we put multiple activities in one form?
You can put multiple activities on one form, and really what we'll do, Emily, is we'll do this each board meeting, as it were. So maybe you just want to, probably have a mental note of the stuff you do, but sometimes we do forget the stuff that we do. So maybe just scribble it down on a sheet of paper and be able to, so the next board meeting will again go in and do it, and then the next board meeting after that we'll do it again and things like that. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. And feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Just silence all of a sudden. I feel like someone's doing a CSAP or something.
You miss me, don't you?
Yeah. Okay. I was like, I think that's what it is. I don't know. I don't think I end. But I don't think I finished putting your name. I put Heather Brown. I was typing and then the next person went, let's start typing it.
See, I went and had to put my last name in.
Thank you.
I know it's a weird word.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I'm not. Because I don't know. I'll mess it up. Third time's a charm.
Straight across the hall.
You did. You did. You did. Thank you.
Thank you.
You did.
I'm confused.
It's okay.
It doesn't take a lot anymore.
These are the seats I sit in during staff meetings.
There's a homeless man that sits in that at the corner of the city.
Oh, really?
He has his own little bucket chair like that, cracks him up.
These come at night. Mm-hmm.
So is somebody sitting on something that's squeaking next to the microphone?
It's a house, Elizabeth.
It's like a squeak, 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 squeak.
We're doing everything on our side.
I heard it too, Elizabeth. It wasn't just you. I was hearing it too. I thought it was my headphones or kids.
Is it one of the like movable seats or something that's close?
That's strange. I don't hear it.
Now it just stopped.
How about now? How about now? Still squeaky? Not squeaky.
When you're not talking, it squeaks.
Keep talking, Jerry.
Blah, 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 blah.
You don't want that.
I don't know what it is. I was trying to figure it out, so I thought I'd ask. I didn't know if somebody, because you talked about it being a movable classroom, so I didn't know if somebody was on like a miniature treadmill or something close by.
I don't know. I'll move the speaker away from the computer a little
No,
bit. see if
it's very subtle. It's only when it's quiet that you can really hear it. I mean, it's not like a distraction. My mind was trying to place the sound. So.
Oh yeah, it's my computer. It's like the hard drive. Zoom,
Oh.
zoom, zoom.
Okay.
It's like zoom, 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 zoom,
Yep.
like that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Now my brain knows where to put the sound. Thanks.
It was a mindfulness activity.
God, you can't even hear it unless you put your ear right up to it.
It's not a big deal, Terry. My brain was trying to figure out what it was.
I'm trying to figure out why my computer's not charging right now. This could be bad.
Your computer's not charging. That's all right.
Terry, is this a library inquiry lab?
So this is it's called the CLC, Community Learning Center.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we have a little bit of library
time, but there's 2 classes during our specials times that are in here that are all on STEM.
Oh, okay.
So there's,
Here's STEM school.
yeah, so there's STEM, so they're doing 2 STEM classes in here. That classroom is global citizenship, and then we have art, music, and PE. So we have 6 specials at the same time, because we have 7 classrooms of each grade. So,
Right?
1,000 students.
Have fun grading that.
Sorry. No, I mean, I don't. I would give one. I gotta do nothing. I'm gonna do this during, Marie, I'm gonna do this during our board of directors.
Actually, Luce, what did you say? Luce is.
Where am I supposed to stay? Just that we started this work.
Oh, really? I don't know anything about
Yeah.
I'm just going with following the standard. What we might.
It was
And for those folks online, we're actually just waiting for Kayla Tibbles to come along. She's going to give us our legislative update. About 9 o'clock, I raced through that a little bit too fast, so I thought maybe we'd have more celebrations and kudos and all that type of stuff. So, and then I kind of had a little activity planned, but that didn't really work out considering virtual, which is fine. It's fine. Okay. So just bear with us for a little bit. We'll be back with you shortly.
You want me to do the convention recap?
Oh, that would be, Donna, if you don't mind. Okay, so we'll just switch things around a little bit, so that will hopefully give us even a little bit more committee time type thing. And so we're just going to do a quick convention recap. We'll just slip that in just now whilst we wait for Kayla to turn up. So, and Donna's going to come forward and speak, and feel free to ask questions and add and all sorts of wonderful stuff.
Thank you for the beautiful plants and the kind words and the card. I really appreciate it, you guys. It's been a little rough, but we're getting through it. So convention, in my opinion, was a huge success considering the pandemic. So kudos to everybody who helped and volunteered, and know that as a board member, you're expected to volunteer and put your hours in there. And yeah, you missed some sessions, but we can't do it without all of you volunteering, and everybody stepped up this year. Thank you so much. We had 250 people attend, which was about 100 less than 2019, but considering the climate, we were very thrilled with that. The hotel was great. They were so accommodating again. We couldn't ask for a better hotel, really. It's just been fabulous. The awards banquet was terrific. Melissa and Joe did an excellent job with that. And I don't know I know it was streamed live, and I don't know how many people watched that. I'd be curious if Ben had that information. I have no idea, but I thought it was really good. Just a reminder to nominate people this year. You know, we want the whole state represented. We want all universities represented. So make sure you nominate those people that are deserving of an award. The evaluation came back, and essentially it was very, very good. You know, there are a few little glitches, but nothing that stood out to me. That was like, oh God, we shouldn't have done that. But just some good comments and lots of praise. What else? Terry, do you have anything that you want to add to that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, anybody else that has any comments about convention? Google Meets people, anything? No, okay.
I thought you did a great job, Donna. There were so many things thrown at this, and I mean, it was just incredible.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. But, and again, thank all of you for all your help, and looking forward to next year. We'll be at the Hyatt again. And after that, we're not sure where we'll be. It's something that we need to discuss and figure out what our future plans are. So we'll keep you all posted on that. But thank you again, everybody. And thanks for being at the meeting.
Donna, I was just going to say that it was my first time attending, and I was also able to like exhibit or vendor. I don't know which term you all use, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was great to interact with students from different universities in higher ed, as well as health ed and PE professionals. And I was able to participate in one of the early morning physical activity sessions, which was Zumba with Shannon. And that was really fun as well. So just wanted to say, from someone who was new and newly attending, that I thought it was a great event and run really well. And RMC looks forward to being there again in the future.
Awesome. We appreciated you being there, and it was a pleasure meeting you as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Donna. Anyone else have anything they want to add about convention? Or it was great to be back in person. It was great to see you all, and it was also awesome to see how many emerging leaders that our universities keep on bringing and all that type of stuff, which was great. And they're always kind of the life and soul of the party a little bit, you know. As us old folks start to lag off a little bit, they keep us on our toes a little bit. So it was great to see that.
We had a great ultimate game happening after the awards.
Yeah.
Kathy, did your knee survive?
She's asleep. No.
They barely survived that day. Lots of Advil taken that night and the next day.
I have to tell you guys how inspiring you are to my students, my future professionals. They were just like, is this the group of people we get to hang out with as professionals? They can't believe that you guys would connect with them and be like, oh yeah, let me give you access to my Google Drive of thousands of lesson plans. They're like, they shared everything with me. They were just blown away at how welcoming this is. And the comment is just how nice it is to be around other people that are like them. I even had a student, I have a teacher candidate with special needs, and she was very concerned about being judged because of her movement and because of just how she processes information. She goes, I've never felt as comfortable around this many people as I did at this convention. You guys are just incredible at how you impact our next group of teachers. So thank you for loving on our college students so much.
Good job, SHAPECO.
So start planning those sessions for next year. Get them ready to go.
Yes.
TJ's Kayla gonna text you or phone you when she gets you?
I haven't heard from her yet.
We've just got about 5 minutes or so, and then Kayla should be here, so we'll just hang out and wait for her. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves. Good opportunity to.
You want to give them like a 5-minute break?
You can certainly take a 5-minute break. I'll be back at 9. Lots of breaks. Especially for you people on computers, you need a break, right? Because that's not good for you to be on that screen time all the time.
This group, feel free to go down to the gym and check it out. the storage rooms open and all that kind of stuff.
Don't, you're not gonna want to.
I did, it's beautiful in there.
See,
Holy
that's the
cow.
problem, don't go do it.
I don't even have a gym, so I'm just
Envious.
outside. Whatever.
The cafeteria, the
We don't,
stage,
we don't have,
the-
we don't have.
you don't have a cafeteria either?
Multi-use room?
Yeah, just outside on the blacktop.
What about in the winter time?
In the winter time, I have to record your gym for gym. Luckily to where when we come back from Thanksgiving break, I'm gonna have health lessons for those 3 weeks. Really, it's gonna be the coldest time, so, and we come back.
Where's the gym?
Down the,
Bundle
down.
up.
And we're proving we got
TJ,
the weather.
where's the rest?
You,
Straight across the hall. Thank you.
middle school?
K through 8.
So.
And then, but they are building a gymnasium, but it's taking, they finally poured concrete down and everything, so we're hoping by for sure next year it'll be done, and that'll be our cafeteria.
How often do you
gymnasium.
visit the kids?
Minimum 2, max 3. So, yeah, we're Monday through Friday. I know most of the schools are Thursday, but ours is still Monday through Friday, which I'm totally happy with. It's more easy on it, so. Yeah. Oh, really? Okay. Just contact them?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Because that's definitely something that, like, I can only teach health for
Right?
so long for 45 minutes.
Do you have an indoor spot to teach?
So I teach social studies too, and so I have a classroom, so I can easily speed staff in there. But yeah, we just have to buy some more, or something like that. So
How long do you class period?
45 minutes.
Middle school ones as well?
Yeah.
Like the whole class?
Yeah, because we only have 250 kids, which is nice. So I'm only teaching 3rd through 8th PE though, because of the 7th to 8th grade social studies class that I teach. So, yeah, those are picture. And next event's definitely, I'm so over it.
Really?
I mean, I don't know how to teach it, but I got you. Follow the standards. So he's been at big help. I was telling her I'd be drowning because he's actually a former English teacher. So, he's like supports me to the max.
Nice. Nice.
But he says, they're just going to stack that.
Yeah. Do the contact us. They're usually a person, but I'm sure yours is probably different since we're at the
Okay.
Well, they're, Castle Rock, right? They Castle Rock?
I thought it was older.
No, I thought they originated in Castle Rock.
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think yeah, the guy who created it. I think the guy who created it.
He might not live there anymore.
Yeah.
And that was so many years ago, but.
And they also have lesson, you have some lesson plans, but there's some for limited space.
Okay.
So things that are actually movement based with
Yeah.
us too.
Okay.
which is nice.
Yeah, he has a lot of openings.
I was gonna say open spot.
I got the whole basketball unit all, one more week of that, and I just used really all the lessons on open. Awesome. That's like one of my favorite sports. To teach.
Basketball.
Yeah.
Murray doesn't do it.
Yeah, I know, actually.
Elliot, did you get in to Google Drive? Do you have a Gmail?
Yes, so just go to my shared drive.
Did you get into it? Doctor didn't get into it.
Yeah, I shadowed Murray, what, 2 years when I was still in college?
When he was at Erie?
Yeah. Oh, you're not there anymore?
No.
Where you at now?
Online. Teach same grade virtual academy. It's called Launch Ed.
How was that?
He hated the principal, so I think it was worth his.
Well, it's actually a lot healthier for me. I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm like.
It's a
It
lot
was
healthier for me to get Launch Ed, but
not the same as in person.
some days it's great, and some days it's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah.
What's happened is that at the start, we probably had, I think like 300 kids enrolled, K-12. So my classes were going to be like 26, 28, something like that, which is much more manageable, but now I'm up to like 48, 46. And online, kids think they can hide. The bigger the class gets, the more they hide. You know? So you send them to breakout rooms and they're like, Nobody spoke.
They don't, I know, they don't speak.
So that's definitely been a challenge, you know, I was chatting to them actually yesterday, and I'm like, so when you keep on putting these class sizes up, it's ruining the whole thing. And so the bunch of kids who were there because they chose to do online, right? So they really, they definitely chose to do online. I think that was a good group. I mean, they wanted to do it the way they were going to do it, so they were ready to do those types of things, you know?
I brought you something.
Wow. Hi. Yeah.
How's it going?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Yeah.
What did you guys have? Oh, that's fine.
Well,
Happy
so
to
this
not
is my,
mind.
I got hired in here, like, because the school's so small, I'm not pretty.
Yeah, so if you're ready to go,
Yeah, I'm ready.
we'll just make sure we get everyone back online.
I'll grab the people
Where do you
down.
want me?
Right here, Kayla,
Okay.
they're kind of like, so they're kind of up on the screen, you can see
Okay.
yourself involved.
But that was just for a short time. I know they did before I got
How
hired.
you doing, man?
Good.
Excellent. Good to see you.
Wow. Good.
Hey, you're doing a great job, Rose.
Yeah.
Legislators out
This
there.
week, like just now.
That's
right?
awesome.
So
That's
they-
awesome.
they did some- that kid was another class, and so that class is really learned. I think it's just gonna be great for them. They, you know, because everybody do it once.
Right, yeah.
Admin.
It's funny because I was chatting to
So we had with our cohorts last year, we had kids like that, we might have had an elective, one kid. Yeah. In the elective class on the day, she literally did, she played badminton with that kid for 90 minutes, right?
I said, what the hell this is?
I think he was.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. Like, they went like, he was like.
What's a school? What talk about?
Well,
So-
and also that kid.
Yeah.
High school kid.
So
Yeah.
I'm interested in- I really hope that today is great, and I'm sure we'll get some questions and things like that.
Well, and I was like, how did, what did I not get more? Right, well, that's it, like.
All right, folks.
The days that, happened.
All right, folks. Folks online, we're back. We're back on. We're ready to go. Hopefully, you're all paying attention. If not, that's fine. You can record. We'll record it. Okay, great. So we've got Kayla Tibbles here, who's our legislative advisor. So she's going to share some stuff with us about things that are going on in the Capitol and legislature and all that type of thing. And then we'll have some time for questions and all sorts of stuff. So welcome, Kayla, and thanks for being here.
Hey, it's so great to see you guys in person. I'm so happy. So good morning, everybody. I am going to give you a legislative update, and then we're going to talk a little bit about what we expect this legislative session. But first, I'm going to start with a big thank you to Murray and Pam, who have been working with our teachers, I'm sure many of you, to set up potential legislative tours and get legislators actually in a physical education or health course where appropriate, so that they can actually see what we're talking about, what this means. I'm so excited that one, we're able to do that now, but also because, as I was just talking with Murray about, a lot of these folks, I mean, with COVID, have not been in a school in a long time. And, you know, you have some newer legislators who are of a younger generation who are just starting to have children, who do not have the experience, you know, of being in schools as much as those who have kids in elementary or middle. And then you have the opposite, where you have a lot of folks who are retired and who have their experience of what physical education was, you know, 50 years ago when they were in school. And so this is a really nice opportunity for us to showcase what we're doing and show them what physical education looks like today. We have one scheduled already. No surprise that is with the incomparable Senator Janet Buckner, who is touring on Thursday, Wednesday. What school is she going to? Sorry.
Jennifer Handy School.
Murphy Creek.
Murphy Creek.
It is Frontier.
Oh, Frontier. Frontier
Oh,
K8.
yeah.
Frontier. So she's super excited about that. I think the Aurora Public Schools is going to have some press there, which she was really excited about. So we should be prepared to, you know, try to get that out as much as we can. It took no convincing. She was like, "Those are my people. I'm going to be there." So she was very excited. And we're just going to keep ticking those off and try to get as many folks out to schools as possible. This is the first time we've really done this, and I think it's the perfect time because we're in the middle of the Quality Comprehensive PE grant program. We have a legislature that is about to make a historic investment, likely in K-12, and that's a good transition point for me to talk about what is expected. The governor every November submits his budget request to the Joint Budget Committee. I think folks are familiar with the Joint Budget Committee because that's 6 members, 3 from the House and 3 from the Senate, that build the budget for all of their colleagues in the General Assembly every year. The most important committee, and it's where all of the decisions about what we spend and how much we spend are made before the legislature gets to put their mark on it through the process in late March and early April. And that's an important committee for us because in the past, those were the people who helped us identify the dollars for our grant program. And so they're familiar with SHAPE, and it's a group of people that I'm sure from our list, we will also try to get into schools. So when the governor submits his budget request on November 1st, he outlines every single priority for the state. The governor is highly focused on early childhood and K-12, has been his entire career, and he's heading into a re-election. So in this budget, you see a historic increase in K-12, which helps us get even further above the budget stabilization factor, the negative factor line. What that means for you is a significant increase in per pupil funding. And there's concern because the state is somewhat flush with federal funds right now, like the rest of the country, but in the midst of the pandemic and the things that the federal government has passed, there's a lot of cash, but that cash is one time. So there's some concern about they make a big investment in K-12. What about next year when all those dollars are gone? But the governor is going to also invest in the state's education fund, a significant amount of money. I think it's $300 million to help to make these investments permanent. So there will be money there to help us as we build towards a more stable future, hopefully, for K-12. There were some good things that put us in this position in that some of the more dangerous ballot measures to the state's budget did not pass. Those were 120 and 78. If you remember, 120 was about property taxes. It was widely expected to pass, which is actually why the legislature last year moved a bill to put a fix in place in case it did pass to mitigate the damage, but it didn't end up passing. And 78 was about when the state receives a settlement, think like an opioid settlement. There are big lawsuits that multiple states are involved in, or tobacco settlements. Historically, those dollars go directly to the governor's office or to the AG's office for their purposes, and the legislature doesn't have discretion over those dollars. So there was a desire to have the legislature have a say. That failed as well. The reason that's helpful for all of us is that there are many grants, that move through the process in the AG's office and that the governor makes directly that sometimes eliminate the process that's highly politicized through the legislative session. So those things combined with a really once in a lifetime amount of money from the federal government to the state position the governor to be able to make a big investment in K-12. And as we start to move through the process, we'll get much more clear on, is that 800 more per pupil? Is that 1,000 more per pupil? And so I'll just be updating you on that and what that means. And hopefully that helps in districts who have really been constrained or who have been having enormous challenges in dealing with the impact of the pandemic to have some relief and be able to plan a little bit earlier in the process this time. So we see headed into another gubernatorial election, the governor continuing to focus on K-12. In addition, what I'm sure you all know and what you shared with me in the stories, behavioral health issues are at an all-time high. Certainly in schools, that kids are really experiencing a lot of anxiety and stress, and so are families. And, quite frankly, so are teachers. And I think the state is trying to find multiple ways in which they can invest in behavioral health services across the board. And I know that that is going to be a real priority for the governor. The reason I bring that up is because I think it's a place for us to maybe enter into conversations in a way that we haven't previously. I think you all see how kids need to have time to move their bodies, to help with stress and anxiety. And there's a unique moment here. And maybe it's something, Pam, we can incorporate into the tours if we have any time for teachers to just talk, one-on-one while the kids are in a lesson or in some sort of activity where we can share, here's what kids are experiencing. Here's how physical education can really be a part of the solution and supports. And maybe there's some opportunities there, whether it's through different grants that are going to come through this year that we may want to support and that physical education teachers can take advantage of to help with behavioral health. So I wanted to sort of throw that out as an idea and see what you all think. I have no idea what these bills are going to look like. I mean, a lot of the behavioral health stuff is around how do we actually get more psychologists, how do we get more people in schools, and we really are lacking supply. There just are not enough school counselors, there's not enough school psychologists. But if there are other ways that, whether it's out of school time, there's going to be a lot of looking at organizations like the Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCAs, people who are sort of wrapping around kids to support them. But there may also be some opportunities that we could take advantage of for teachers to get some of these supports. So I'd love to hear a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I don't necessarily think that hiring more psychologists and more mental health staff is the answer to fixing this situation. So like here at Altitude, it's going to take a community approach to be able to address this influx of mental health issues and stress. And so, like here at Altitude, what we've done is our specials, what we've done is we've got an extra period now. So we teach 6 periods of our courses, and then we have one course where we are where we're working on social skills. And each one of us are polling students that have been identified, not on anything that are on 504s, is that what they're called, Brian? Or anything like that, but those just the students that we're seeing that are having difficult social skills, social emotional skills. They're in that gray area. They don't qualify for any of that. And quite frankly, our caseload for our school psychologist is so high, she couldn't be able to take that many anyway. So we have that one period a day, it's IA time, and we have a group of students that we poll, and they've all been kind of determined what group they're going to based on their interests. So those students that are having a tough time out on the playground, let's say, a lot of my kids are having trouble on the playground, getting along with other students, and they're coming to the gym, and we're doing social skills, social awareness skills in the gym. Those kids that are interested in art are kind of doing art therapy with our art teacher, music therapy with our music teacher. We have the ones that are interested in Minecraft and technology, they're in here with our IA, with our integrated arts teachers. So long story short, it's going to take a school approach to be able to address this. But like you said, physical education, health education has to be right there. I mean, we're the only 2 content areas at the moment that have social emotional wellness in their content. And are skilled to teach that. We've been trained to teach social emotional wellness compared to a lot of other content areas.
That's what I was going to ask too, as far as around the bill you said about the psych and counselors. What about the SEL? I know several districts have been really pushing to get an SEL person in their buildings, which again just opens up that door to be another avenue, right, of bringing that whole community approach in.
I think it's a really good point. I don't know.
We do SEL in our advisory at the high school. We build SEL lessons weekly, so the students participate in the SEL.
Well, and
every class has the same lesson.
The content pieces are a really good piece of this. Do you know, as I was listening to the state board this week, are our standards up for review too?
Yes.
Next year. No, they're not reviewing them right now.
Social studies and arts.
Right.
Currently being,
That's why there's 100 comments from one board member.
I didn't hear 100, I heard 50, so.
He said 100 on this, but he said written down.
I think that's an opportunity, an area for opportunity for our organization and for us as a profession in health and physical education to take back the social emotional learning space, because I feel like we've let that go. And all these other classes that talk about social emotional learning, and you put it in advisory. I know in my district we did exactly the same thing, and trust me, the kids aren't getting anything out of this. I mean, it's so fake and false, and it's all this, instead of being a real environment, which is what happens in our class almost every time type of thing. I think this is an opportunity for us to start having those conversations at a building level, and and with other teachers and faculty and all that kind of stuff, and say, look, this is really where social emotional learning, this is what's disappeared. It's not something that we've suddenly had to start teaching social emotional learning because kids are going crazy, because we've taken away from them the things that they really encourage them to go to school and help them to learn: art, music, PE, technology, exploratory classes type thing, that kind of stuff for this learning loss in math, language arts and stuff.
And I agree, I think we all are on the same page. The sales pitch is gonna have to be to admin. Because admin's gonna want the counselor, they're gonna want that person, because it's gonna take work off them. And so that's, we gotta pitch it that we can take it on as part of our role, part of our profession. But I can guarantee you, admin's looking, it's so much easier to hire a counselor to deal with all this, and that's why they're looking at counselors and school psychologists, because it takes work off them, and then they don't have to deal with the students or that particular student in the office, and so
that's why I joined the SEL committee at school, to be that voice, right?
Right.
Knowing that, well, that's what I teach, so of course, it kind of just makes sense that I join it, but yeah, and at my school, unfortunately, our principal is very much like on board with it.
Right.
But he doesn't absolutely want to be, he's like, that's not my forte for him. So he's like, I wouldn't know where to begin, where to start, but how to get that going.
So Kayla, it's gonna be about educating and advocating. That's what it's gonna come down to.
Yeah.
But I think the other piece to that, and you kind of alluded to this, is that, in order to do this right, there has to be a school-wide approach, but there also has to be, that universal approach for all students and getting this school-wide, but also it's an opportunity to start looking at health education more seriously, and having that health educators in schools, really supporting that work and really driving it in collaboration with the rest of the staff. It's like comprehensive physical activity, right? Before, during, after school, but now we're talking about, well, what do we have a team who can drive this social emotional? With the health educator to lead in that, collaborate with everyone. So I think supporting health education is also the other approach to consider that.
Could you give me the standards for health education?
Sure.
Because I think that's a really good point, and
If we learn health and PE, they're in both places very clearly. So
There's some school districts that do that, like Douglas County Middle School, they go to health education for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and they go to PE for two or 3 weeks.
yeah, it just makes me like
We just
getting
don't
back
have
to
like
that.
the JV stuff, we don't have enough health education.
Yeah, and getting back to like health education is not only about your physical health, but also about your emotional and your mental health.
My class, the very overarching question is how do our behaviors impact our mind, body, and spirit? Everything comes back to that question.
think the great thing about health physical education is that the social emotions in the way that we teach content, in a way more organic, natural way.
Yeah, that authentic.
Fake thing that makes people like to walk out and go, yeah, whatever, blah, blah, and then do the exact opposite just to be because they're kids, right? And that's kind of what they do in health. I think also not just administration and buildings though, Ryan, I think also that's where we need to get that sale across to people who were in PE 30 years ago or 25 years ago or in health class 25 years ago where it was like read the chapter and then fill out the sheets, draw lots of silly little pictures in the book and stuff, we're going to play dodgeball. Right, exactly. And that, those are the people.
So at Northridge, when we started this last year, we've been doing combined health and PE class. So in the past, it was one whole semester of PE, physical activity, one whole semester of health. But starting last year, we started a new thing, and within the health unit, so it might look like Mondays and Fridays are health. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, one bad one for gym space, right? But within our health units and our health learning targets, we're blending the SEL in with it right now. So this is a new thing that we're putting in. Our admin is really pushing, but it's been working. We like to use class discussion a lot to touch base on the SEL, and we blend it in with like interactive year-pod lessons. So we've been really working to do it. So I could actually share a lot of stuff with you guys that we've been working on.
I was just gonna say, at our school, I'm noticing like our psychology counselors are taking like more of a clinical approach in terms of their expertise. And it's difficult for our students to understand that clinical approach. So making it student friendly, I mean, we do mindful Wednesday or wellness Wednesday. And I have a very diverse group of students where it's not reaching them. They don't pay attention, it's not connecting with them. So anything that we do, or if psychologists like create these lessons that we're supposed to keep in our advisories or whatever, they gotta make sure they're connecting with each and every student, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, sexual preference or anything like that, and it's not connecting because they're speaking, from what I'm seeing, is they're taking that clinical approach where we are promoting a safe space and how to interact while we're teaching, physical activity, physical education, and health. So how to promote that within there. Every day in class, I teach a personal skill, responsible decision making within whatever activity, and then we have to make sure we're using that positive thought, and if they're not, then we stop and we reteach. And then we go back.
What are you guys seeing like from kids? I mean, what are they displaying as? Is it increased anxiety? Is it?
I think it depends, right? First quarter even to this quarter, two different groups of students for me. And anxiety, yes, a lot more kids having anxiety. You need to go take a mental health walk. You need to step out, I'm feeling really nervous and panicky. And then in addition to the low communication skills, like conflict resolution and very, yes, like very immature behaviors for freshmen. They're, conventionally school-wise, they're seventh graders since that's the last time they were in school. So I was a lot of taking backpacks, shutting Chromebooks off, taking hats, stealing phones, and I'm like, you guys are 5, you're 14,
All the TikTok challenges.
Oh my God.
But they had a couple of years not in school.
Right, and so trying to remember that, okay, they're still 12 in conventional terms, but it's not curbing 15 weeks in, and still the same behaviors as the first week of school, and it's like, wow. But I did a mindful activity, and how hard it was for them to do absolutely nothing for a guided meditation. They couldn't do it because they're stuck in a device all day long, whether it be a Chromebook or their phones, and they can't shut off.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, no wonder why.
Yeah. I have that same issue.
I had a homeschool parent talk to me the other day. I said something about being in a cocoon, and she said, you're exactly right, our kids have been, even the homeschoolers have been in such of this little box kind of thing, that they don't know that year, 18 months or whatever it was, that they lost on experiential activities of going out and touching things. So even in a classroom, when they come to us, even on our PE homeschool program, they touch, they want to hit, they want to punch, they want to be close, they want to, they just don't know what to do, is basically what's going on. And so what we're trying to do is teach them hands off, appropriateness, how to cooperate. She said critical thinking skills is terrible, and working together.
They're very passive in their learning.
Exactly.
Right now, at home, they were check the to-do list, right? And then I have free day,
Right.
or I have free time.
Yep.
And they want to do that in the classroom, like the inferences aren't there, building up higher knowledge.
So that cocoon needs to break. We need to get them out of that cocoon somehow with what we do as a group in physical activity, which what we did with our homeschoolers was we played cooperative games, and they tried to work together without any issues.
I do a Fun Friday activity, and they think it's literally just a Fun Friday, but there's purpose behind it.
Yeah.
Fun Friday, right? And it's a cooperative activity, but they just think they're just having fun.
I'm sitting here thinking about how valuable it would be for legislators like to have this kind of a dialogue. You know, like if we had you come present this year, you know, usually that's like formal and we talk about the connection to the brain but I think what legislators are really struggling with when you're talking about unfinished learning is like, what do they do? I mean, they don't know, they don't really understand exactly. They know there's an issue, and they know that, you know, this is like across the board. There are people who will say kids are fine, you know, they're gonna be fine, and we'll get them where they need to go, and they didn't really lose, you know, that much or whatever. And then there are people who are like, we are on a cliff, and the amount of unfinished learning, you know, and obviously, like, we know that our test scores serve a purpose, right? They show you a snapshot in time for how kids are doing. And we know that not that many kids took them last year, but the data that we have is very alarming for the state. So like when the state looks at that data, and then it's not for accountability purposes, more for like just understanding where kids are at. They don't know where to go or what to do. But I think hearing some of these examples would be very instructive for them to understand what it feels like in the classroom and how kids are behind in ways that we're not like measuring on a test. So I'm just thinking about that, like processing as you all are talking for, like, could I set up a, you know, joint education committee meeting, which happens like in the morning before session begins early at 7:30 on Wednesdays. And just say, you know, want to talk about how physical education can really help us as we try to get back to a new normal, physical education and health, but try to set it up in a way that allows for this type of a dialogue. Like, we want you to understand what kids are experiencing and what we're seeing and what we're worried about. And I think there's a little bit right now, just in the like more political spheres, where I think there's a sense from some, you know, teacher groups that we shouldn't be talking about the things that are, you know, we don't want it to be like our fault, you know, which I understand. I don't think anybody wants it to be framed that way. But I think there's somewhat a lack of a desire to talk about it because it could be shifted back that you're not doing enough or something. And so setting up like that framing is just something I'm thinking about. But I think given your role, the respect that I think a lot of the legislators, if not all, that you've ever been in front of have for you and for SHAPE, it might be an interesting opportunity. And I could see about too, like, you know, could we do it like with the special ed consortium, or like have something that's, you know, a joint kind of conversation. So I'll look into that. But this has been really valuable to me, and as always, like these things help me to tell your stories, and when the bill comes out to say, hey, we should make sure that this element is included, or have we thought about this? And so I really appreciate, you know, the time. So I'm gonna
Kayla,
think about that.
let me share a couple things that we're gonna chat here from
Yeah.
people that were online. There was a lot of agreeing with everybody that some of the things that were already said. Lots of high anxiety, lack of empathy, a lot of bullying. One person mentioned that in their 10 years that they've seen the most suicide attempts ever. Their ability to interact with their peers is extremely low. Kids have learned again how to work in teams and think with other teammates besides themselves. So they need those skills. So
That's really helpful.
If
Thank
there's
you.
anybody online that would like to unmute, please definitely do that and let Kayla know.
Thank you. So taking all this down helps me to remember it. I want to think about that. So just sort of put that as like a marker, and Pam, you and I can work on that and setting that up. And I'll talk to Senator Zenzinger and Representative McLaughlin, because they host those together as the education chairs. I want to put a couple bills on your radar that I think we should support. The first is that Tobacco Free Kids, which I also represent with a couple other colleagues, is going to run a tobacco flavor ban, which would ban all vaping products of flavors, menthol cigarettes, and menthol products.
And we are a partner on that. So we had signed on as a partner organization for that group. So they send me updates weekly on that.
And I saw you on the Denver ban, so that's great. So we'll want to do that on the statewide ban. Representative Kyle Mullica, who is from the Thornton Northland area, he is the only nurse in the General Assembly, is going to run that bill. He's the one that also ran a lot of the vaccine legislation years ago, and will, you know, somewhat be assuming the role of the state's, in his mind, the public health, you know, champion in the legislature. His wife is a city councilwoman in North Bend. They have 3 children, all in public schools. Just a phenomenal legislator, and so, you know, that's something we want to support. That, of course, is highly controversial. You know, taking away people's rights, especially when it comes to menthols, which, you know, menthols are one of the ways that obviously you hook children at a young age. They're also very popular in the Black community, which makes this difficult for many reasons. And, you know, we still at the same time know that this fight is worth having. And so the goal is to bring in a lot of the education groups, you know, who have not been at the table. And obviously with COVID and the way that COVID ripped through communities, you know, who have a history of smoking, you know, it's even that much more important now. So that is a bill that's coming that we want to pay a lot of attention to. There will likely be some changes to the school finance formula for special ed students. So we'll keep you aware of that, but likely something that we would want to support, changes and improve some of the funding and the tiers in the way that they're funded. So we'll want to be paying attention to that. All of these behavioral health bills. There's been a large interim behavioral health task force that's been looking at how the state spends the $450 million that came from the feds. There's a lot in there for school-based health centers, obviously, and other avenues. So as this process plays out and there are bills introduced, those will be places for us to insert ourselves in what we talked about earlier. If there are the places where we can also take advantage of some of these funds that are set aside for schools and for prevention and support work. So, you know, these are all the TBDs. Like, there's a lot more to come. I think legislators are a bit behind on their bills because last session felt like a 2-year section that never ended, and I think people needed a bit of a break. And then also there's been these interim task force on federal funds, so it's left some open areas. I know a big part of SHAPE is teacher preparation and all the work that happens in the teacher preparation programs. It looks like there will be a bill to support teacher stipends for student teachers. And so that's something that with my UNC hat on, I'm aware of, that I think would be wonderful for us to also support as an opportunity for you guys to come in and talk about your expertise in teacher preparation as well, and what you're seeing. I have sort of like this little weird personal goal that we have to start talking about teacher compensation in a real way, because I don't see a horizon where the state votes for a large education ballot measure. Polling just continues to show that the state is very unfriendly in all demographics for more taxes. And so, maybe there's a way that if we had something that was highly focused on this, I mean, look at school districts that closed this last Friday, that are getting ready to close on Friday. There's a lot going on.
That's why I said, Pueblo 70 just announced they just lost 7 teachers they're quitting like right now. And they're trying to fill classrooms, they don't have enough subs. And we saw that article in the Post, the Denver Post, about Denver is down to 400 subs total for the district, and they thanked us and they wished us up one side and down the other, that we were the greatest people on earth during COVID and whatnot, and I didn't see anybody stepping up to acknowledge that this is what we do and we need more. And our numbers for teacher education are way down. Total over the university, our university, we only have out of 4,000 people, 25 kids in the student teaching realm right now.
Yeah.
And it used to be hundreds.
So I don't know what's to come of this, but I'm not a legislator obviously, but I have been trying to beat the drum in different spaces. I think some of you know I'm on a board of a charter school that serves a high Latino population in Denver and high risk population. And the challenges are the same, across the board. How do you get teachers in? How do you help them stay? How do you support them to be successful? And let's say that teachers don't want to teach lifetime, but they want to do 5 or 10 years. It's not an option that's sustainable to do that. And so I just have been talking with so many legislators who also it resonates, but they don't know what to do. So I just what Tabor and Gallagher? Well, that's what I mean though, because Tabor, when I say I don't see a statewide solution, I don't. I mean, I think CE is building towards one, and other organizations in the next 2 years, and maybe things change. Maybe in the next presidential election year, there are enough people that are going to vote because maybe Trump's back on the ballot, and there's a lot more attention. I don't know.
And I think that's what's frustrating too, is Karen, you were saying that people wanted to give a lot of recognition and kudos to teachers and educators and first responders, but then after that is what? And my district in particular, we just passed one measure to build more schools, but didn't pass the measure for teacher salaries. And it was who's gonna build these schools if we don't have teachers?
Yeah.
Kids got a place to go, but you don't have anybody to educate them.
Right.
And we're losing teachers now because we didn't pass that.
Real quick, I want to get Elizabeth on. She's got her hand.
Sorry, I thought Hi, Elizabeth.
Hey, no, I was just I'm so excited about the student teaching one, and please let me know if I can give stories.
Oh yeah.
From the Western Slope, because I've got incredible barriers with my student teachers.
Oh yeah, you're on my list.
Okay.
Yeah, and a couple years ago, actually it was 2020, Senator Story had wanted to run this teacher stipend bill with UNC, and then COVID happened. And so that went out the door, but there's actually a lot of interest, and there's interest too in the stipends just for Pell eligible students. So understanding like that population of kids too. So I will call you and we can talk more about it. But anybody who wants to talk to me about that, I want to. And on teacher compensation, like it is exactly, we have financial barriers in this state. And, you know, this was like the lowest voter turnout ever of school board races. I mean, people are not responding. And so when I talk about teacher compensation, it's like people are very supportive of their teachers, especially like when all the polling has been the same the last 10 years that I've seen it. People love their teachers. They love where their kids go to school, but they don't understand the connection. And right now, I don't think people really know what is happening with how many teachers are leaving, the numbers of how the teacher prep programs are so drastically down. And like the state is very open about the educator shortage.
Do you think there's any connection, because I know there's still so many people who have a like false perception of COVID year, right, was homeschooling their kids when in turn, you know, they weren't homeschooling their kids, we were still providing the lessons at work. Is that partially a correlation as to why turnout might have been so low? It's like, well, we don't really need the teachers because we did it ourselves at home. I mean,
I have no idea.
It's like you see it all the time on social media. Like, homeschooling was so hard. We didn't homeschool.
Yeah. I think social media is probably a big reason that things are as awful as they are in everything right now. But I haven't seen any polling around that. It'll be interesting, you know, what we find as to why people didn't participate. But most of the time, it's that people are driven to the ballot because there's something they either love or they dislike. And like the numbers nationally that came back about the presidential election was like 70% of people made their choice not based on who they liked, but who they didn't. And that's like pretty shocking. Wasn't voting for someone, I was voting against someone. And when you look at where we're at now, how do you drive people? And how do people understand? And for me, it's like, that's what takes leadership. Back in the day when they passed Prop CC and D, you know, or Prop C and D, excuse me, not CC, when Romer was governor and then Ritter was like, it was like all the governors, and like there was like a parade and nobody wanted to be on the side. Everybody wanted to be for it. And so we have to make some of these things palatable and exciting and a political win for people. And I just think we have to focus on that.
Sorry.
No.
A couple other comments that are in here that should be added that haven't been brought up is around teacher credentialing. So not only just filling positions, but the credentials of those people there. So like in physical education at the high school level, making sure that there continue to be qualified teachers in those classrooms, not just not anybody unqualified, as well as another credentialing piece that was brought up in the chat was around CDE cutting the national board stipend.
Yeah.
And seeing that brought back so that we can continue to get those high quality teachers in there as well.
Did that actually get cut?
Last I saw it was cut.
I guess we only saved our program.
For the last year, it's been cut.
For the last year.
2.
Oh, because of COVID, they cut it. I wonder if they intend to bring it back. I'll ask about that. That's one that's really important to Zenzinger. So I'll see if. So I think what this conversation has done is it's illuminating that there are lots of different places for us to play this next session, right? Most of the time we like focus on narrowly our issue, you know, at least we have in the past on our grant program and saving it and all of that. But I think there's going to be a lot on teacher prep. If there's a potential in the budget process that I could add SHAPE to the list and lobby for the National Board Certification stipend to return and do that and talk about credentialing. I think there will be like a look at the praxis and other things within teacher prep. so we can continue to talk about that. So I'm way over my time, but I think this is really helpful. Oh, good, good. I do want,
Dave Yankee just hit the nail on the head.
what did he say?
The practice is a joke.
And why?
Explain it, Dave.
Well, the feedback that I've had from teachers that have taken that is that it's not discriminating enough. It doesn't really illuminate what a teacher's ability is and knowledge is in the content area. I've heard that many teachers have taken it and they don't even have to study for it.
Yeah.
Either that or the questions are so disconnected to teaching and education that it's irrelevant. So they haven't really learned it in their higher ed programs.
And it seems like there's also though a problem with candidates of color having a hard time passing the praxis. So there's some thinking about like, could you have a portfolio?
Yeah, it's just not authentic.
I will admit that there's 3 possible national praxis exams for physical education. The state of Colorado has chosen the easiest one. There is one that is on lesson planning, content development. I used to have to take that in other states. It would be a much more authentic measure if someone is able to teach physical education. So there are existing tests out there. I mean, I'm really glad we got rid of the place because that was even worse than the praxis. But there is still room for improvement on that for sure.
Okay, that's super helpful. Okay, well, I'm excited. There's lots to work on.
Careful,
I know, now I opened this all up. So, no, this is very, very helpful. And we'll keep on working to schedule the tours. And obviously, this is quick. Like, we're almost at Thanksgiving, and then it's going to be Christmas, and then they're going to be back in. So we'll just see what we can do.
You're in a school, Kayla. You're not allowed to say Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Oh, sorry.
Our principal allows it.
I'm joking.
I mean, you'd think I would be a politically correct person, but I am not.
Well, thank you.
Thank
Kayla,
you.
Thank you so much.
This has been great. So nice to see you guys in person. I don't know what I did at first. Did anybody see what I did at first?
You came in and you
So folks, I think we'll take a break there for 10 minutes or so, and all that type of stuff. Just give you a chance to reconnect or get some coffee or tea or a restroom break or whatever and all that type of stuff. So let's meet back here. It says we've got, I think, 12 to 10. So let's come back at 10 o'clock. Does that work? Awesome. Thank you. And Shaka, did you manage to get into the Google Drive? Shaka?
I did not.
We'll get into the Google Drive. Let me know. You did not, Shaka, no?
No, it says I need a access for that. So.
Do you have a Gmail account at all?
I do. Let me send that to you right quick.
If you send that to me, then I should be able to do that, no problem. Anyone else having trouble getting to the shared drive? Elliot. Did you get in, Elliot?
First strategic plan, like, so they're just the place. Yeah. Can't share that screen. No, I meant share the screen on their side. Right, just so they can see, because these people are, this is just the copy of like, you see a document like this. So that's all I wanted to pull up.
Let's shoot the chat 2 seconds.
You want what?
Chat 2 seconds.
Okay. Right. You're like, there's nothing.
The funny thing is that,
You know, so.
afterwards,
I think
Okay. Yeah. Back to there.
Well, we have a whole.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, so.
So I looked at it, and I was like, okay.
Right.
I know there's a budget.
I know, so Elaine is not on here. Elaine is not on here. No. Okay.
No.
Shaka, I tried to share that the agenda with you. If you could maybe send me an email with your Gmail address, and I should be able to get you into the shared drive as well.
Okay. Yeah, they just have to be approved to go in. I don't think you have to have. What?
The court ruled that the state has a right to protect individuals, and this was the way to protect, which is, I don't know why they haven't cited that, right, all the way through here and said, this is what we did. Back here, why are we fighting it now? Sorry.
We should have agreed on.
But I think on that universal is so huge because like, my district has been trying, I'm an elementary, and the health standards, if we get arrested, we get told that we'll kill our kids. And I know other districts, they're just trying to do health stuff, but we've been trying to.
So we'll have to get them added in there.
Like figure out who could teach these health standards, and like.
Yeah, Ben, I think you send it to me, I can do it. I haven't ever added them. He does it. Maybe.
Yeah.
I think so.
And then ideally, there's a strand. And I think part of that is. So I think it's really kind of a mapping.
Yeah.
I think it's so much dedicated. But, you know, fitting that in.
Okay, Shaka, we're trying to get you access now. I just sent your emails to Terry, so he should be able to get you in there, hopefully.
I would say.
Elio, did you get in?
I think I got run to
the shared drive.
And that's what
Hey,
we
Jamie.
do, how to figure out who can do it.
I got this.
a morning meeting.
And I know that those.
Oh, okay.
Terry, Elio can't get either, so I'm gonna send him his as well, okay?
So like you can choose what they want to do, and some do it, but others don't.
And I think the other thing that.
WH, right?
Really do.
So you get to work from home?
I do. I went to Kansas overnight a couple of weeks ago. For a late start, and it's down to one minute. Oh, this is hard work. And off the shower and she had clothes on. Come to the school.
Yeah, I didn't really tell you. So when I visited you, was that like your last year there?
Probably was, and she's one of them.
And so you're building a skill practice. Then when you come back. Right, so then you're just.
It's fine, you know.
I'm sure you can find out.
I'm hoping to try.
Yeah.
See how it goes.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Hold on a second.
I love it. Like I have a all the university, all the educational, like.
But it's.
Yeah, right now. I mean, I'm.
Huh? We'll leave this on, but yeah, they'll have to bounce off and then come back later. Yep. Hey, Shaka, which one of those emails do you want me to use? Your Gmail or the other one?
You can send it to the Gmail account. That might be easier
Gotcha.
to get in. Yeah.
The Gmail, yeah, I think it'll work better. So cool.
Yep.
I'm glad you.
There's that one. All right.
Good to hear from you, buddy. I miss you.
Thank
See
you.
you again.
2 minutes, folks. Hi, Rebecca. How's it going? Finally managed to get you the right email address, right? Did you get access? Do you have access to the drive and the agenda and stuff like that? No.
No, I didn't. I put it in the chat.
Sorry, you put it in the chat.
I typed it in the chat that I can't get to it, so I haven't
Okay,
seen
no
the
problem.
link.
I'll get you. Sorry, I'll get Terry to sort you out in a minute.
Okay.
I forgot about that one. Sorry. TJ, got another one for you. Rebecca Tomlin as well. TJ.
And as far as
Yeah, I don't know either. I was like.
And Rebecca, you didn't get into the agenda yet either, did you? Okay. You should be able to, once you get the shared drive, you'll be able to get into that. And then there's an attendance form there. And right at the top, there's a link to an attendance form. So if you just want to go in there and fill that out, and then there was a link to joining a committee or choosing your committee. I don't know if you've thought about what committee you want to join. You can always choose and change. It doesn't mean you're hooked for life in that committee and all that, but maybe you'll find something that's of interest to you. So there's advocacy, professional development, awards and convention, emerging leaders. I know there's a couple more. Yeah, so you'll be able to see those. They'll kind of be in that shared drive folder and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
So Rebecca needs to have an email
with a Google account. Okay, Rebecca, I'm hearing that we need an email that's associated with a Google or a Gmail account. Do you have a Gmail address?
My school email is, but I'll give you my personal. Wait, hold on, I'm muted. Oh, I'm not muted. My school email is Gmail too, but I'm going to give you my personal one to make it go through, make sure.
Okay, thanks.
I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you.
All right, folks. TJ. Pizza, please. Jets. It is going to go to the kitchen, rustle something. Nice little bit of juicy bits. All right, folks. Let's bring it back. Let's get centered. Ooh. So, hey, in-person people. I can't mute you.
We're having the social inappropriateness. 6 feet.
Right.
6 feet.
So.
Mary, you can't get them to follow directions. Maybe we need to talk about teacher behavior too, not just our kid behavior.
Jamie, Hurley, and Karen Marley, take your seats.
We were just coordinating a higher ed.
All right, sorry, online people. These real people are crazy.
I didn't even hear the first one.
They definitely got some social emotional learning loss over here, so we're struggling. Sorry. Anyway,
on my desk, I looked at it last night too.
As we start to head towards our committee work, again, our committees are the bulk of our time here today, and it's an important part. And so we're heading towards that. We're going to talk a little bit about the strategic plan, because all of our committee work should really always be focused on our strategic plan, our vision and mission, and always driving forward towards that. And our strategic plan, it was really, a lot of times we think of the things that we do and that we do every day type thing, as opposed to how are we really going to drive this organization forward. And that's really what we should be thinking about. How are we going to leave this organization in a better place than when we came into it by each year? And that's what we should always be trying to think about. And how do we improve the quality or state of health and physical education in the state of Colorado and, you know, hopefully beyond that and all that good stuff. So Deanne is going to just chat a little bit about the strategic plan update. Jamie McMullen's done a lot of work on this, and she's actually uploaded a copy of the strategic plan with some of the work that we started doing last year on committees, and they're in your committee drive folders. And so committee chairs are going to pull those up, and there's some notes in there that Jamie made that they're not intended to be like, that's not a grade or anything like that. It's just a hint. It's a hint that maybe that was more of something we already do, rather than it being something that we should be looking to do to try and drive our organization forward. Bigger picture type thing. They were maybe more specific actions, and rather than, you know, bigger picture ideas about how do we drive this forward. Deanne, over to you.
Yeah. Can you guys at home hear me from here? Okay. Thank you. So last February, the strategic planning committee got together for multiple hours or whatever, and came up with we did some revision work, some edits, back to the drawing boards, again and again and again, and decided and landed on our new mission and vision for Shape Colorado. So that should be now, it's on our website, should be on the documentation that goes out. That's what we've been pushing since then. Then we started to focus and shift a little bit, not shift, but make sure and be intentional and purposeful that our strategic plan goals, you know, we're coming back to that vision and that mission with that EDI lens. So all of the goals that your committees set forth are, again, and we landed the other day on, we said strategic goals and what did we say?
Operational. So there's strategic activities, and that's where the committees will be filling in those activities that are pushing us forward. So the strategic that support our strategic plan and our strategic goals. And then there's operational activities or operational goals. Operational goals are things that we do in, day out. So for a convention committee, they wouldn't put, we're going to host a convention, or we're going to have a silent auction, those kind of things. Those are already put into place in our organization, and they're operational. The things that should be in the strategic plan under those strategic activities should be things that are new and pushing and align with our strategic plan, the strategic plan and EDI. That makes sense.
The goals, you mean? Like this?
The strategic, I believe they're called strategic goals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Is what you're asking? Yes.
So in each committee, there is, like Murray was saying, there's a copy of a strategic plan draft. When we had started these works last year, we had a couple breakout rooms. We all went into different Google Meets and talked and worked through and started to put down some strategic activities on your goals, the 3 goals that are out there. And then we're asking, you know, making sure that how does it align with the EDI, right? And the vision and the mission, always coming back to that vision and mission as our purpose. And how is the goal that you put on there, or your activity that you put on there, coming back to that through that EDI lens? So then the copy's been put in the committees for you all to kind of start, you know, still continue to revise, because we would like this, we should be further along than what we are right now. We didn't move it as far last year as we really would have liked to, because again, this is our driving force, right, for Shape Colorado. And so today, you know, looking at those constructive feedback that was put on there about, it might be some small little tweak of like, okay, how will you measure this? Because your SMART goal, it should be a SMART goal, right? Specific, measurable, and by when do you want to achieve this? So you might just have a little feedback note of like, okay, what would this look like? How do you measure it? How will we do this? So following those comments to help drive you to make a really solid, actionable item on the strategic plan. What do you think? What else?
Are you gonna explain the breakout times?
Yes, I'm going to try and explain the breakout times.
I will help you. Jamie Hurley
Can
has
I
a
just ask
question.
one question? So we have the strategic goals. Do you want the committees to add to those or revise them or update them or put in anything in there about how we're working towards those? Or is it just strictly look at them and see how what you're doing aligns with them?
So the first 30 minutes of our time is going to be allowed for you to open up that draft document that's in your folder, go in and look at what you're doing, the activities you're doing, and you still have a little bit of time to finesse them. And make
The
them,
actions though, not the goals.
not the actions,
Right.
sorry. Yeah. The actions. So looking at
Yes.
your actions and doing that. So like under advocacy didn't have anything that was new. So they were stricken out, but that's an advocacy goal that I would suggest that advocacy committee might want to look at that advocacy a goal and make sure that they have things in there that are going to push it forward. Again, if you have something, if you cannot think of something that's going to move the organization forward towards these goals, don't force it. Okay. We don't want to have this huge list of things that if it's not the right fit, but we want to make sure that everybody's voice is heard from every single committee on pushing our organization forward.
But, and again, that it's a strategic activity, not operational, not the already do day to day, that's how we survive, but how are we pushing towards that mission and vision with that EBI lens?
So everything we do will not be in this big document.
Correct,
Just a few-
right. Yeah, like, board of directors is gonna put a whole month of board of directors.
Right.
Because that's for it's in our operational, like, op codes.
Thank you, that makes sense.
Does that help?
Okay. Sorry.
That's fine.
Questions from home people
Yeah.
at all?
Yeah, this is Amy. I'm looking at professional developments, and I'm not seeing where Jamie put notes in there. It looks like it's a Word document and not a Google document, and usually things are highlighted, but I don't see any of that.
You might have got an A double plus. You might not have, but you might have. No.
Amy, I had to make mine full screen, not split screen with Google Meets. If I made mine full screen, I could see Jamie's notes to the side.
Yeah, I have it up on a whole different screen.
Okay.
I've got a couple screens.
There's only one comment in there, I pulled it up.
She may not have added notes.
Yeah.
So there might be some notes, there might not be notes. Okay.
We just have one note, Amy, in ours, and it's on goal 3. Just one comment around being more specific around the action we have identified for strategic goal 3. That's the only one I see.
So are we good? So now the challenge, this is the biggest challenge of the day, right? Is we're going to break out into committee time, right? And I mean, again, the first 30 to 40 minutes should really be spent on that strategic goal type thing and that strategic plan document. And then you'll have some time to, fill out some other stuff and think about the activities you're going to do and all that type of thing. If you're not sure what committee you want to be on or anything like that, then, I mean, again, you can still go and choose. And if you decide to go to a committee and you feel like that maybe isn't where you'd be best served or your greatest interest is, you can change committees, right? It's not like you're stuck there like forever, like when you join Colorado being a teacher and you have to stay there until forever, right? Because your parents and stuff like that. Anyway, sorry, I digress. But anyway, so that's kind of where we're headed a little bit with that. The committees, they've all got folders in the drive, which should have updated and a space there for you to take notes. Anytime you meet at all as a committee, you should take notes. You have someone take notes of the meeting and put them in that folder and all that type of stuff. Committee chairs at the end of the year, I'm going to expect a bulleted point report of all the things that you managed to achieve during the year type of thing. Okay, so make sure you're taking notes. Somebody just take notes. And this is what we decided to do, and this is who's going to do it, and this is when we're going to do it by, and all that type of thing. And there should be a copy in there for you to do that. And you just type in the box and then just cut and paste as you have meetings and things. Committee chairs, and you are going to set up a Google Meet, right? So you're going to have to log out of here. You're going to have to log out of here, and you're going to set up a Google Meet, okay? When you've got the link for that, if you can paste it in the agenda, please, next to your committee. So where it says committee meets, so like advocacy, someone would log out and they'll put in the committee meets, and then just paste it in there, and then we'll try and get people to the rooms that they need to get to. Okay, so your rooms, you should have a Google Meet. Once the committee chairs leave the room, they should have a Google Meets link and posted on the agenda, which you should be able to click on to get to that Google Meet. Is that correct, Terry?
What time do you want them to come back to our meeting?
Noon. No, noon 30. Noon 30. Noon 30.
You had 10:20 to noon.
Well, we're saying lunch was 12 to 12:30,
Yep.
right? So we're going to get lunch at 12 to 12:30. So we're having lunch from 12 to 12:30. So back here at. See it?
No.
11:59 plus 1 minute. That's noon.
We got people that can't say noon. We got the past.
Between process and noon.
We got.
Is that good? Does everybody understand? Anybody have any questions online? We'll see you back here at noon. We'll take a quick break.
No, you're going to be going to your committee meetings, but we'll go back to the meeting that you're at now at 12:30. Let's see if we can make that any muddier than we already have. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
They 12:30. We
12. Well, 12, we're going to come back. So at 12, you're going to stop the committee meeting and then just tell them to come back at 12:30 to the meeting.
Right.
Do you want me to create a Google Meet? I'm confused. For those people that are online.
very recently.
I thought it was Terry is a creator.
Remember that for one that you intended?
No, you guys are
We
creating.
gotta create it, if you don't mind.
Yes, I can do that. We did it. We did it. When you were on one of our first meetings.
Oh my God.
First birthday. And I don't know if it has to be. Maybe, was that when you were under Heather? Like what's that? In one. So they go like that.
Yeah, I
Terry, where can we go? Fast forward out. You can stay here.
Like I did it.
No,
The seat, and then you're just kind of, the table, and I just jumped. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Down by the.
Yeah, I didn't know how you were in your committees, I guess, when we talked about it. Everybody's.
It's not the size that matters.
Terry, I'm listening, Joe.
I know Joe.
I almost failed too. I've been really used to be on my couch in a blanket.
Hey everyone, if you're having problems, just let us know. Give a holler out. I'm going to leave this meeting room open. So if you have any trouble connecting, let us know.
Jerry, we'll get a new invite from one of the committee chairs. Is that correct? So we should be looking.
No, you'll go into the agenda
and click on the link next to the committee that you're on.
Okay.
They're posting those meeting rooms right now next to them. Agenda.
I think, I sent it to you, so.
I'm gonna mute the microphone over here just so you guys don't have to listen to us talk, and then but the speaker's on. I got the hiccups.
Right, yeah, you too.
Could I have somebody resend the link for membership?
Lachey, are you on the agenda? Are you able to access the agenda?
Yes. Is it on there now? Sorry.
Yeah, it should be on there. They just said they had it on there.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Hey, Jen, did you catch what's happening?
I was wondering if East, do you know if Easton is there and is he making a link?
Easton is making a link.
Okay, I found this on the web for if East, do you know if
He said yes. He should be good to go. Should be in there.
Yeah, it's not in our meeting. Like where it says committee meets and then the link, it's not there.
I don't see it either.
Okay.
Oh, I see. He put it in our agenda instead, or in like our running notes.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Murray's gonna move it so that you can get to it, John.
Okay, thank you.
Murray says sorry.
All good.
News over in your meeting, right? I see her on this one too. Oh, she's off. No.
Is it over? Is it over?
Uh-uh.
Mine.
It won't let me join the meeting while I'm still in this meeting. Is that probably?
Yeah, you're gonna jump out of that conversation. So you're gonna get rid of this meeting, and you're gonna come back to this at 12:30.
Got you. Thank you.
For those, yeah. So you're gonna go to your committee meetings until 12, have lunch from 12 to 12:30, and then at 12:30 we're gonna restart this. We're gonna be in this meeting, and we'll finish out the rest of our day.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Yeah.
Hey, Terry, I'm looking for the link to the advocacy one. It didn't show up in the agenda. Do you know if there's one set up?
Advocacy, Shaka's trying to get into with you.
And so we did do the session proposal process. So
Sorry, Shaka, they didn't know you were coming into their committee, so they thought everybody was here. They're gonna post it here in a sec.
They couldn't have sleeping on the rocks. They can't.
Hey, Terry. For some reason, it's not letting me join. So it keeps saying you can't join this meeting, and then it's kicking me out.
That's because you're on this one still?
Well, no, I just logged back into this meeting to tell you.
Oh, did you? Try it again. I think they said they just got it up and running, so
Okay.
they might have had it locked out.
Yeah, no worries. All right.
Try it again.
John, is that John?
Yeah.
Wanna watch it? Oh, yay. For now. We watch 20 more minutes. 10. I know.
Yep.
No, sometimes, you know, they're not helping.
Okay, we're unmuted. Hi, everyone. We're gonna start coming back here any second. So just kind of cleaning up, getting our spots ready. We'll get rolling on our rest of our meeting.
Can you hear us, anybody?
Are you not?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome, okay, thank you. Go Nuggets.
Did they win last night? I didn't even look.
I don't know. Sorry.
It's not football.
It's shite.
It wasn't football.
It's not curling.
Whoever was asking about the Nuggets, they did win last night. Go Nuggets.
Nice.
Go Nuggets.
They play tomorrow against the Trailblazers, yeah.
All right, folks, are we ready to get rocking and rolling? We good? Is Veronica here? Veronica, are you there?
I don't do October.
Okay. Veronica was going to do a quick share of Health News Minds, but that's fine. And just a quick, hopefully that was, thank you all for accommodating our virtual hybrid committee time. It sounds like a lot of people got a lot of stuff done and got into it a little bit, which is great. That's just the way it goes, unfortunately. Sorry about the snafus at the start with the logins and things. Hopefully we all got in there.
Sorry about the what?
Snafus. Your coat is on a sugary peg, remember? So just always remember to please take notes in your drive, in your folder, in your little note-taking thing, for any meetings that you have. And if you do decide to meet outside of this time, that might be something to do. And just please remember to try and include myself and Terry on the invite. Is Jen Krause here? Is Jen Krause here?
Yes, she's there.
Cool. So remember, we've got a journal coming up, Jen, right? In December journal, right?
Yes.
Do you want to tell us about journal and encourage people?
Yes. So just for those of you who are new, we have the Shape Colorado Journal. It's published quarterly. And generally speaking, we ask board members and other members and even people who aren't members, anybody really, to share short, 400, 500 word articles. You can submit those through the Shape Colorado website. There's a submission form there, and it could be lesson ideas, ideas for advocacy, ideas for classroom management strategies. I know specifically I've sent out some calls for ideas for remote or online teaching or hybrid teaching recently, and then articles supporting our mission and vision and strategic plan around equity, diversity, and inclusion. Really just anything. Also champion teachers. I know we've got a committee and we've got some folks that are in charge of trying to highlight some of our teachers in the field and what they do, or members also. So those articles are due this round. I believe it's November 28th. So get those in whenever you get a chance. And I can, after I'm done speaking, I'll grab the link and put that in the chat for those of you who would like that. You can always email me. I do accept sometimes on occasion if somebody has an article that's a little bit longer, like research articles or articles that are just really and just need more space. I am open to that. The idea behind the 400 to 500 words is just to make it easy to access, something that practitioners can read quickly and get an idea without having to commit a really long time to read an article. But those longer articles, we had some in this last year that were a little bit longer, but they were really, really high quality and had really good messages in them. So, you can tell a story if you'd like. It could be just about anything. Something that you think that our readers, which are our members, would really benefit from reading about. We encourage easy to access format. So bulleted points or making a table or including pictures, just to give people ideas of what to teach, how to teach. I think this year too, I've enjoyed seeing articles on improving mental health, among students and especially among teachers, and dealing with teacher stress and teacher burnout. So the ideas of what you can submit are endless. So I appreciate everyone who has in the past submitted articles, and will continue, and new people to submit as well. And note that it is one of those things, a way you can contribute to the organization and the professional community, in terms of continuing to remain a board member in good standing. So those will count towards those points and that kind of thing. So anything else I'm missing? Okay. I will find that link and stick it in the chat here in a few minutes.
I was just going to say one more thing. I think also it's a great way, it's a great thing to advocate for your classes within your building, even, is to show people that you wrote an article about your school and things like that. That's a great way to promote your program a little bit as well, and with admin, with other staff members and other faculty and all that type of stuff, and just show that the importance of what it is that we do, everything. TJ?
Great. On that note, I want to talk a little bit about the direction that the board of directors have been kicking around for the last year with the journal. As you know, getting enough articles for the journal to put out a journal every time has been kind of a struggle. So because it is a singular journal or a singular document itself. So one thing that we're thinking about doing and we're looking at doing is getting rid of the journal format itself of a PDF online journal, and changing these news articles to a way that rather than putting them out in that document, we're going to have those journal articles posted as news on our news feeds. So they will be posted on our website as news feeds. They'll go out to membership. They'll go out through social media. But it'll be kind of on a rolling basis rather than this collection of articles put together. That allows us to also be able to work with our people that have donated or not donated, but have purchased space inside of our journal as well, to be able to tag them, to connect them with our journal articles as well. I'm still calling them journal articles, but they're essentially going to turn into news articles, and we'll be able to put these on a rolling basis. We will still have, quote unquote, a journal editor, somebody that is reviewing the content that's coming in and putting it forward to me to post out on our news feed. And that would still be their job, to review it and then also send it out for peer review, so that we're still meeting those peer review requirements for higher ed, so they can get the credit for their CVs and for their everything that they need, as I understand. So that's kind of the way we're looking. It's taking the next step in the way that news is put out. It's no longer really journals or anything like that. So we're looking at doing that, but we still are trying to just figure out the whole transition of it all, of how that's going to transition, how we're going to look at it different.
What about companies that have purchased ads?
That's what I'm talking about. So we would work with them. That's okay. we would highlight them as part of the journal article or as part of the news feed. So we could have their advertisement connected to that and tagged on all of our social media. So we could put UNC and the other group that is currently, I think we have two groups that have purchased journal
Just
space or something.
UNC hasn't.
Not in a couple of years, right?
and they keep getting ads.
Yeah, but that's because we're friends.
And then, Gray Matters in Bevel.
Purchase space.
This
Cool. So we'll work with them to get that put out there. So I just want to put that out there for everybody. Let's answer questions as that and thoughts on that.
Will we,
Let's have D and then I'll come to whoever that was. All right, one sec.
still have journal editor? Will we still have submission deadlines since it's a news feed, or is it gonna just be?
It'll be a rolling, so that will get rid of submission deadlines for journal, because we wouldn't have journal deadlines and that kind of thing. It would be ongoing news feeds. And as those come in and as the journal editor or the news editor puts those in to be submitted, we can schedule those to be launched throughout the year. So if we get a big group of them, let's say we get 5 or 6 submissions at once, we can then schedule those to go out for the next 5-6 weeks.
So we'll still have somebody pushing for articles,
Correct.
but not with
Yep.
deadline dates like we have.
Yep. The other piece of this is this person would also essentially become our social media manager. So they would then also be putting forward our social media as well. So it's going to be combining almost 2 things: a social media manager, which we've really never had, and and the news piece of this. So it's putting 2 positions together. So it turns it into us being able to pay for a social media manager.
I posted the link for that Jennifer shared in the chat, and then Emily asked a couple of questions. When will this go into effect, and what is the cost for purchase space? $1 million. That was a joke.
Yeah, I know, I get it. I don't know. That's where we're still figuring out. I think that to answer both those questions is one, we're still figuring that out. We're just kind of going through the logistics of how this transition from journal to newsfeed would look, and then how from there we're going to look at what would it look like as far as charging going forward for purchasing advertisement space on our website or on our news feeds.
Does that answer the question, Emily? And Jen has her hand raised. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, because I see how it works behind the scenes, I don't usually get submissions until there's a call for submissions.
Right.
And then they all come in, I'm saying 85% of them come in the day it's due or after it's due. So I think just everyone needs to consider how you will solicit these news articles then, because otherwise, if I don't put a call out, I might get one random article. So there needs to be something in place to actually get people to submit without a call, or have a rolling, like if it's just a rolling submission, there may be no submissions.
Right.
So there needs
If
to be
it's a rolling
some sort of like
submission, yeah. Yep.
occasional call for those to come in. And I feel like, and this is how I work. If there's not a deadline, I probably won't do it. So for a lot of people, having that deadline gets it on their calendar and gets them to work on it. So if there's no deadlines and it's just open, I fear that there will be very few actual submissions for this new format. The other thing, I guess, I don't know, maybe these are other offline conversations. I'm thinking about when you mentioned like the ability for this to count for higher ed and journal submissions. These won't have, they won't be in a journal. There won't be issues like issue 5, volume 3, right? And from that perspective, for all of our higher ed folks, at least from my perspective, having gone through tenure in the university system, this format would not fit that, at least not at my university. It wouldn't count for any kind of promotion or annual materials. So just keep that in mind for all of you who have been submitting, that it would not count towards publications, towards, keeping your job at a university.
Got
I'm just throwing out my ideas.
No, good to know. Good to know.
Anything else?
Would there be to address that, would there be a way to do more of a blend of those two together where maybe they're all are journaled in some way, but then they can be pulled out and posted separately?
That's something that was kicked around in our current version, but it's never come through because of just the mere capacity of just getting the journal put together itself.
Yeah.
That pulling those out and putting them out as news feeds and as social media feeds throughout has never come together.
Into a journal every 4
And I
months
don't know
or
if that
something.
would count towards the concern of those who are looking at it.
Could do, man.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that would have to go.
Another-
We would need to figure that out.
Okay. Go ahead.
Another thought is thinking about how Gopher does it with their blogs on their website. They reach out to people and say, hey, here are some topics that we're looking at. Would you be able to write a blog, they call it, which is really ultimately a journal article, by this time around this sort of avenue? And then they have that always posted on their website to see. So maybe looking at Gopher as an example and how they have their blogs could be a good thought.
Honestly, that's exactly what we were thinking. Was the same kind of
Okay.
thing. So what we're thinking is that journal manager would be the manager of soliciting those vlogs, putting them together, putting together the calls, that kind of thing. Exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so they reach out to specific people and then ask for, hey, would you be able to do it by this time? So it there is deadlines and
Yeah.
things like that that they work towards.
Correct. Yep. Perfect.
Was there another question? Did someone else have another question? Good to move on then.
I'm good.
That's it.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so next up, Veronica, are you ready to share a little bit just about Health Moves Minds? That would be great. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Murray. So for Health Moves Minds, we are third in the nation for the number of members we have as team champions, and second for social emotional learning educators. So good job. Our goal is to increase 17 members per year. So if everybody's able to just share with colleagues and other schools in your district, if we can just get 17 more people to sign up either as a team champion or SEL educator, we would have over 680 schools nationwide, which is our goal. Today is National or World Kindness Day, so make sure you do something kind for yourself and others. And they have added mini lessons for grades 9 through 12. They're standard space. So if you go to their website, Health Moves Minds, Shape America website, you're able to access those if you've registered, either as an SEL educator or team champion. I think that's all I have so far. So again, if you sign up for SEL educator, you do not have to commit to do a fundraiser. It only takes about 4 minutes to sign up. So I highly suggest everybody, especially since we've noticed that our students really need that SEL component in their daily life. Questions?
It's free. It's free. Did I say that right? Free. What does that mean?
Yes, free.
Free.
And you can sign up to be a team champion as well. You do not need to actually hold an event and a fundraiser, but it's one of those things that when you do sign up, it does ask you to make sure that you have administrator or you've had a conversation with your administrator and that you're willing to hold an event, a fundraiser event. But you don't have to. And 50% does go to your school. 50% of whatever you raise goes to your school. You can also split that 50% with a local organization if you want it to. A lot of people, what they've done is that they use their PTA or PTO as the other 25%. So it's a win-win situation, because if you talk to your PTO or PTA and you partner up, a lot of the times that money can come back to your PE department.
Any questions about Helping with Minds? Everyone signed up, right? Everyone's gonna see all of it.
And Marlene, are you signed up for Helping with Minds? Good girl.
My whole school.
Good job.
There you go.
We know you got grandkids.
Excellent. I assume we're going to do a 480-hour relay again this year at some stage, right?
We just give Jamie Hurley the first choice of time this time, so he can run through the night.
There you go. Excellent. Yeah, excellent. So we did this, I don't know if for the new board members, we did this 24-hour relay the past couple of years where we signed up for half-hour slots and people exercised through the night. And I think Donna was dancing and Deanne was walking and all that type of stuff. And it's kind of fun and a bit of a laugh as
The
well.
best still goes to Cole. The Taco Bell workout at midnight in his dress clothes. It was so funny.
It's kind of fun, you know, when we try and raise some money for underserved PE programs in the state and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, what did those go out?
What's that?
The money we raised.
Memberships, did those go out?
Yes.
Lauren, did we raffle them or whatever?
Yeah, those are going to go on.
All right, so we're committee share outs now, so I'll just go down the list, and if you just want to unmute yourself and just tell us what you talked about, worked on, and that type of thing. So Amy or Kathy for professional development.
I will talk for us. So in professional development, we are working on a survey to go out to PE teachers around the state, asking about what kind of professional development they would like to see, what if they want it hybrid, in person, online, and then what health education topics would they be interested in learning more about, and then also understanding curriculum development and support they would need, and what time works best for people to come, because we all know about the sub shortages and whether or not we can, make sure everybody that's available to come can come to us. We also are working with the, oh my gosh, I blanked on it. The end of, there's like 4 sessions that we're working with CDE in over the summer that they're going to do some sessions for us. And then UNC is hosting, what was it called? Sorry, guys, I'm pulling a blank.
Active schools.
Active schools.
Thank you. Active Schools is going to host like a nationwide conference up in UNC. And so we're going to help out with that as well. So that's where we're at.
Cool. Thanks, Kathy. Got all that again. Excellent. You ready for the next one? Advocacy, Pam?
Oh, we have
Hold on.
We have a few highlights.
You ready? Okay, go, Karen.
We worked on, well, Pam worked on specifically getting the legislative visits down. Still working on it, very time consuming, just so that everybody's aware of time she's putting in. But the legislative visits would be inviting the Senate and the the House of Representatives, people that are on the Education Committee, to come into our schools, into the areas that they represent. So she's still working on that. We have one scheduled for next week that is ready to rock and roll. We also are looking into getting resources available to all teachers, not just our members, but the resources that we have in our web area want to be available to everyone in the state. And then we're talking about Speak Out for the state and for the national levels as to the dates and who, and just giving a little bit of information to the new members on the advocacy committee. Did I miss anything? That's where we are. That's what we did.
So with the resources, we'll bring that up in new business.
You can do it now.
Oh, okay. So for the last few years, the advocacy committee has developed resources for teachers, schools, and administrators and communities. And those we decided a few years back, a long time ago before COVID, to make them available just to members. In order to get those resources, we have to go through the member portal and lots of clicks and all that. So as a new group, right now, we're thinking maybe we open that up to any teacher, any administrator, any community member can have access to those things without being a member of SHAPECO. There's ups and downs to both sides. You just wanted to, just wanted to have a conversation.
Just,
okay,
yeah,
what's
ask
going
people
on?
what their feelings are about
What
it.
do you guys think about that?
Do you want me to give a little history about it?
Sure.
Just a little history about it is that those materials were put behind the porthole for membership only because the membership committee at that time and the board at that time wanted it to be a benefit of membership. They felt that those resources, those tools were something that were valuable enough that people should be a member to be able to access those. So essentially what Pam's saying is that they're not being accessed because they're buried behind the porthole, and we would like to see more use of them and open them up to non-members.
Yeah, right, like you said, that history, we were trying to really, that was one of our initiatives of how to raise membership, was showing the purpose or like why become a member, well, here's a perk, right? And I do agree, I mean, they are timely to try to access. It's not super user-friendly to get through to access those, and if we do want to advocate, right, then they should be available for all members across the state. I do, one question though, that flip side of it, right, then is what is the benefit of being a member? Which comes down to some of our questions we were having about, like, you know, do we need membership?
Is there a way to make the link like they can log in and then they go immediately to the resources? Is there a way to do that?
Instead of buried so far in that there's like.
Yeah, so it, like there would be like you say, here's some resources, and then you click on it, but then it asks you to log in, you log in, and it goes right to that page.
To that resource?
Yes. Is there a way to do that?
Good question. I don't know that question.
Just
It shouldn't be that hard to get. Yeah, if you click on a certain resource, log in, then the resource pops up right there, rather than having to go through a couple of the pages to get to that resources. I get what you're saying. I don't know, we would need to follow up on that one.
Yeah, I think part of it is just so hard to find that even you know what to do, so it's but then yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of the opinion that we should share them. I mean, I think that that's what we want. That's the kind of message we want to get out there. That we're not just activity directors. You know, we're teaching students how to live a healthy, active life the rest of their life, as well as all those other soft skills that we think about and all that type of stuff. And, you know, I mean, I kind of get to the John F. Kennedy type stuff is like, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country type thing. And it's $60 a year, right? It's $60 a year to be a member. I kind of feel like people should be a member just because they should be a member. And it's like, you know, we get membership bumps when we go to convention or we do professional development because people sign up for membership, which is great, but then we drop off again. And to me, it's like, if we really want to try and push our organization forward, we've got to try and sell ourselves or sell our membership in some other way. I don't necessarily have the answer to that problem, but I think that's something we should be starting to lean towards and think about. Is how do we engage our physical education teachers in this state who maybe haven't been engaged and all that type of thing. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I think that goes back to that conversation we were having, right? As far as like, just very similar to your union dues in your district, right? If my union fights for a percentage increase in pay, every teacher benefits, whether they're a union member or not, right? But do it because you should do it because they have your back, but how many don't? And then I think, you know, Veronica's point was also that, you know, times have been tough and teachers have lost their jobs, professionals have lost their jobs, and whatever situation, $60 sometimes means a lot.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to denigrate $60. I apologize for that. I know that everyone's in a different situation, all that type of stuff, but $60 is $60. But it's kind of like when my students say to me, I didn't have time, I go, okay, I could probably find you the 5 minutes that it would have taken you in your day. I can almost guarantee you I could find you a 5 minutes.
Yeah, you didn't cut
Right.
5 minutes, right?
So I don't know, that's just my thoughts. Speaking as an individual.
Anybody at home?
It's tax deductible too.
It is tax deductible as well, said Pam.
I will connect with them before to see what we can.
And having been part of the committee that made those things on, I mean, Pam put a lot of work into that and all that type of stuff, but it's not necessarily, I mean, it's not like the keys to the crown jewels or anything like that type of stuff. You know, it's not, I mean, it's not massively important intellectual property, as it were, type thing, like we're giving away the secrets to that type of thing. So, and most other places, I mean, you probably get it on Shape America to a certain extent. So.
And I've been a member for 20 years and never knew we had a membership portal. I've never signed up for it until today. So how many people really know it exists?
You could have saved yourself, what was 20 times $60? No.
Yeah.
Well, the membership portal's only been up for 2 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been here for 20 years.
All right, well, good. Now I don't feel so bad.
Any thoughts or comments from the at-home viewers?
What's going on with other states?
As far as which part?
Membership.
So Kentucky spearheaded the way, and there's like 4 or 5 other states that are starting to do this as well, and even nationals looking at it, and they have completely got away from membership dues. Everybody's a member. And so they promoted everybody in their state. If you're a PE or a health teacher, you are a member of Kentucky SHAPE. And they have found that their attendance to their convention has gone up, just for the fact that these people now are aware of it. It's essentially what they're guessing. I don't think they have data or anything like that, but essentially what they're saying is that their attendance has gone up because people are now automatically members. There's no barriers in their way for attending convention, and they're making it up in convention revenue what they had lost in membership revenue.
I know that, you know, we were tied for years with Jump Up, you know, American Heart association. Do we have any data on that, but since that partnership has gone away, has our membership declined?
Convention is
I'm not
continuously.
talking about convention, I'm just talking about, you know, that if you hosted an event, you got that paid.
The last year we did that was 2019, when we got the 350 participants. Then we had COVID and everything else roll in, and so it's not very, it's hard to determine. I can't determine if our membership or our
But I
that
also
has gone
think
down.
we would need to look at it through a convention lens of membership of Jimbo Pride. That was what was the perk, right? It's like you would do convention or your membership is waived. People sign up for conventions. The timing is still the same. I don't know if people were like, oh, I just did a Hoops for Heart event. I'm going to sign up for a membership today. They don't have to pay for it.
Right.
That's where the form was. It was on registration for convention.
So is this maybe a bigger conversation we need to table for the next time and have a conversation about what membership is going to look like in the future? We're talking about the advocacy resources just now, right? So
Yeah, I think we're in two different conversations here. We've got advocacy resources being pulled from behind the portal, available for everybody. And then we got into a conversation about membership and dues and amounts and that kind of thing and that kind of thing. That's another question. I think we can still answer Pam's question of, do we want to pull the advocacy resources out from behind the portal?
I think the overwhelming answer was yes.
You're the president, you're the
It
boss.
was yes, right? Wasn't it? Nobody said no, right? There you go, perfect.
He gets to make decisions. I didn't get to make any decisions. As the PP.
It's new plus a little bit. Okay, great. Okay, we're good with that then? Cool, sorry about that, everybody. So we get sidetracked. Developing leaders.
You said yeah, wait, did we say yes or you're still talking to Ben and then? I think we said yes.
We said yes.
We said yes?
Yes.
Yes.
The man from Denmark.
And I'm okay with Ben.
Okay, developing leaders, Easton.
Okay, some things we talked about in our meeting. We are gonna try to do a teacher, like highly effective and teacher of the year observations for students who are still at university and new teachers. And so, board members, be heads up, probably beginning of December, January time, we're gonna send out a questionnaire that says, are you a highly effective teacher? Are you interested in being observed, whether it be in person or virtual? And we're gonna send that out probably December sometime. And we are also planning a couple of professional developments for university students and early teachers. We're looking at, let's see here. We're looking at end of February, Monday, February 28th for a PD1. And we're looking to aim those towards our strategic goals. So the EDI is one of the big ones that we're going to try to aim those professional developments towards. And what we're looking for is kind of like a round table, perhaps. And that's available to university students, new teachers. And then we're also looking in April sometime to do another professional development as well. Dr. Krause is doing some good stuff with the teacher mentor program. And we're looking to do some meetings with that. We've got a February meeting planned. They had a meeting on October 18th. And yeah, we're looking to do have another meeting on May 2nd. And then we're also planning stuff for next year's pre-con already for developing leaders.
Busy.
Spring. For, say what?
For the,
Emerging leaders.
pre-con
pre-con.
spring, right?
Yes.
Usually.
Well, we just put, I don't know what Jen put, we put for October 2022, so pre-con.
Oh, that one, not
Yeah,
the.
as far as like the Thursday.
What was it you guys did in this?
Peter talks to his computer.
That was because it was
and particularly prefers it to pen and paper.
he did.
They were talking, but I think it was Jeff Smith.
Chance to please mute herself.
Okay, cool. Dan, you?
No, but I'll have Easton add.
Okay, cool. Convention and awards, okay?
Oh, yeah. We actually worked really hard on our strategic plan and got a lot done there. We also went over the convention evaluation feedback and got some ideas for next year and things we want to continue doing, things maybe we need to think about not doing. And Terry talked to us about AV and how all that works, and so we really need to have serious conversations about how we're going to move forward with our AV equipment and volunteers to set that up, and what all that entails. So that's about as far as we got today.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And then membership, Renee and Lauren.
Yeah, so we did a lot of work in our strategic plan as well. Just kind of going through, looking at it. And so the big thing we talked about though is going off of what Kayla was saying and advocating to legislators about what's actually going on in our classroom. We had discussed doing like Flipgrid videos or like an educator's TikTok. So in case that conversation can't happen, they can still be able to actually see what's going on in our classrooms versus the letters that we wrote to them. We talked with professional development about doing a secondary focused kind of PD, because the thing that we see a lot is that we're lacking in kind of the health and middle school and high school representation in our membership for that. And then we talked about our membership spotlights that we are continuing to do, and then also spotlighting different like commemorative months and how we're going to start doing better on that and focusing on. So we did really good with Pride Month, and then we kind of dropped the ball with the rest of them. So getting interested with that. Would you say what we talked about? Lauren, do you have anything else?
Doing nothing. And legislative advisor report, obviously we heard from Kayla this morning, so that's as that. So I move to open the business meeting.
Veronica, come back.
Oh, sorry. I got an email from Stephanie Jump, so I was reading that as you were.
How many emails did you get from her today?
Quite a few.
Oh, sorry.
I was just telling you to come back as the note taker.
Oh.
You did an outstanding job,
Ah!
Sure.
Okay, I can add memberships later.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so Murray, real quick before you call the meeting to order. If you are a proxy, if you've been given the proxy for anybody to vote for in today's meeting, let us know so we can have that in there. We do have a floor.
Cool. So I move. I move to open this business meeting at 1:20 on November the 3rd, 1:20 p.m. on November 13th, 2021. Do I have a second?
Second.
Marley. And so first part is to do the board of directors and special reports. Accountant treasurer Pam.
As submitted.
Past president Deanne Romero.
As submitted.
President as submitted. President-elect, Executive Director.
I have not submitted mine yet, so.
He's the only one who's honest.
So when you open my report, it's empty.
Mine too.
I fill out my report at the first of each month, and the reports weren't in there at first. So once Murray got those put in there,
It'll wait till December 1st because of the.
I will update my reports. Essentially, I have been working with convention, with future professionals to close up everything from convention in the last month. So that's basically what's going to be my report, is closing up all the higher ed, sending checks, making sure that we have everything that we need to close up our convention. So.
Cool. And convention manager?
As submitted.
And hopefully everyone's had a chance to have a look at, or if you want to take a couple of minutes to have a look at the meeting notes from October the 2nd. Well, let's just take a couple of minutes to do that. If you want to just have a look at the meeting notes from October the 2nd and just make sure they all look okay. They should be in the shared folder, which everyone should have access to now, hopefully. Let's take a quick look over those. That was in the right year. And then I move to approve the meeting notes of October the 2nd.
I second.
I have a second.
Yeah.
Seconded by Deanne. Is there any discussion? All those four say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Again? Abstentions? Woohoo. Is there any new business? Anyone have any new business? No? Any new business at home? Going once? No, hearing none, and I move to close the meeting at 1:24 on November 13th, 2021. Wow. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have like a third, a fourth, a fifth. Can I have a second by everybody?
Yep. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned then, folks. Next meeting is January 8th on 2022. It's planned to be virtual. We'll meet from 8 till 12. And just look out for the reminder and an invite coming out and looking forward then. I just want to say thank you to all of you for giving up Saturday morning and Saturday after some of your Saturday afternoon. I want to particularly thank the committee chairs who volunteered to take on those roles and their mentors. And thank you so much for the work that you do. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Enjoy the break that we get a week on whenever, whatever it's like to be called these days. And stay safe, take care, enjoy your winter break, and we'll see you in January. Bye-bye.
Murray, thanks for handling a hybrid meeting. You involved us quite a bit. We appreciate it, those of us that were online. So thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Murray, can I talk to Dee for a second?
You can talk to Dee.
Can you hear me, Dee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I just got an answer from Stephanie Jumps regarding what we were talking about.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wanted to share her answer with you and see how that, and I know that we might move away from membership fees.
Right.
So we get 10% of whatever the schools raise through a Health Smooth Minds fundraising event. Shape Colorado gets 10% of that.
Okay.
The school gets 50% of what they raise. 10 out of the other 50, 10 goes to us, 25 goes to Shape America. And then the other 15% goes to advocacy through Shape America.
Okay. Even now, what if they choose to do that? Doesn't matter. Even if they chose the 25% to go to a charity.
They can choose it to go to either a local charity of their choice, or they can choose us as Shape Colorado because we are
Right.
a nonprofit, right?
Right.
So they can choose that. But 50% can go to their school, or they can split that 50%.
But out of that 25%, if they did choose their PTO or their whatever, still portion will come.
The other 50%. So 50 is
out of that other 50.
The other 50
Okay.
goes to Shape. 10% goes to Shape Colorado. 15% is used. Let me go back to my email. 15% is used to support critical advocacy through Shape America, and 25% goes to program expenses incurred by Shape America.
Okay.
So with, one suggestion that Stephanie provided here was one thing that we can do is like if they raise at least $500, then we can offer either free membership or registration for the following convention.
Okay. So that might be how we were talking about, like those price break things to help out PE teachers. Well, especially if they're the only teacher in their school.
Yeah.
Like your elementary teachers, right? Like we'll host an event, and if you do this XYZ. Okay.
So she suggested at least $500 as like,
Is that a
because
breaking even point for Shape America?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And we can also, I hate to do this. I wouldn't want us to do that where we say like, out of your 50%, since, you're able to share 25% of that with the local organization, choose us. But that's something that we can also mention. I would rather the money goes to them so they can buy PE equipment through Gopher.
Right.
That's what they get. But that's also another way we can advertise it. You can choose local organizations such as Shape Colorado.
Right. Right. Okay.
Or maybe,
Thank you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that we're able to advertise it that way. So she said yes. I didn't want to go against, whatever Shape America is saying.
Well, then maybe we'll get in conjunction with Donna next meeting, or see about on their committee meeting if we could join forces. November, no, it is November. December's, Murray, we're meeting, Murray. Board of Directors, we are doing December, right? So I can bring it up to Board of Directors in December as well, and maybe they can give us some idea of next steps, where to go with this, if that's something we want to discuss, or because we might be doing away with memberships, is this something we don't even want to venture? So
Right. I think what we need to really push for, and this is just my personal opinion, like if we get away from membership fees, right? Everybody's a member. So you take away one barrier for the individual. And then the other barrier is that schools don't want to pay for people to go to this convention because they don't have the money or they don't have subs, right?
Right.
If we take that barrier away, where like the schools no longer have to pay for it because now I can do this fundraiser event, my registration is waived, then the only thing the school has to really pay for, and not really pay because we already have funds for this, is subs. So you take away a lot of barriers there. And
No, I agree. I'm not against it.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, when you guys talked in the board of the directors meeting, just looking at from the lens of what are the barriers that are keeping people from coming, like, that's one.
Yeah,
Actually,
absolutely.
that's not one, but that's two or three.
Mm-hmm. Did Jamie join you? Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Right.
thank you so much. I hope
Thank
that
you
helps.
for reaching out and finding out that information.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
appreciate you and your perspective.
Yes. Well, and you know what? What Murray, I completely forgot about our relay, but I'm wondering if we can do it twice a year.
Yeah.
Like maybe in December and May. A lot of Colorado organizations do, what is that big fundraiser, or not fundraiser, but
Colorado Gives.
yeah, Colorado Gives. We can possibly like piggyback on that. It occurred to me after the fact. Maybe I should have brought it up during the meeting.
And maybe even think about something that's like, because we do the other one springtime, and we could try to think about ways to engage physical activity indoors, because of winter months. So, if you're not a skier, you're not
skiing,
go ahead.
snowboarding.
But then we could also provide other opportunities that indoor
That's not a
physical
bad idea,
activities.
Veronica.
I mean, if we don't, I think December would be too soon to organize it, but
Is that when Colorado Gives?
Yes,
is?
I think it's
the
the
small
first.
business days.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think it starts sometime like after Thanksgiving, and then
Yeah, it's after Black Friday. It's like the next week or something. Because I know
right,
we went
and the
on
first week of December.
Golden for it. Awesome. That's a good idea. Well, Murray's got his wheels spinning, so we can put something out. I mean, we can try it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We threw the last one together. The very first one we did together super quick.
Okay.
So we could try it, Veronica.
If you guys, I know that you guys going afterwards. If you guys want to talk about it and see what you think, and then shoot me a text or an email, and then.
What do you mean? How do you know we're going afterwards?
I saw Murray going like this. And I was like, oh, okay, that's the universal signal.
I know you're not with us, V.